Hello everyone and welcome to the tiebreaks of the semi-finals. My name is Women International Master Jessie February and we're here with Niusha Afshar. How are you doing?
Yes, hello Jessie, hello everyone. I'm doing great and waiting for this tie break, and I'm very excited today to see what will be the result of this match.
Do you want to tell us where you are right now?
Yeah, actually I'm in a cafe and yeah, I'm sitting here. I hope there is no noises that disturb you guys, and yeah.
It's okay. If we hear celebratory noises like people cheering, we're just gonna assume that it's for the chess game that's happening.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
I also have the main broadcast up, Niusha, and I can see that the players are starting to be seated today, and who do you think has better chances here in the rapid?
Yeah, it's very difficult to say because they are both very good. I mean, yeah, professional players. But yeah, actually, as I told you before, I am more with Humpy, and let's see what will happen in this match.
Yeah, it would be really, really good to see. I mean, Leighton G was the first one to be seated there, and they're showing a nice, really nice angle of the two players waiting for the clocks to be started. Humpy Canero is like sitting really solidly. She's like got her eyes closed, I think, over there, and she's just 3 minutes to go until the clocks start ticking down. And the first time format I can see is it's 15 minutes plus 10, I believe. So two games with
Okay.
15 plus 10. Then if it's a draw after that, they go to 10 plus 5. And if it's a draw after that, 5 plus 3. If it's a draw, 3 plus 2 until somebody wins.
Oh my God. Yeah, let's see. I'm so excited about this match. And what about you? What do you think? Who do you think that will win this match?
Ooh, that's a really good question. So we've had some comments yesterday in the chats talking about the the likelihood that Humpy will win in the rapid portion or late in G, but it stands, and this is a fact. Humpy Canero is the current women's rapid world champion, so that's got to mean something. She won
Yeah.
the world rapid, and Blitz was happening in New York, and she won the rapid portion. So one comment was that Humpy could be stronger in the rapid, and Leighton G could be stronger in the Blitz. But I obviously don't know the players well enough to know what is true. But after today, we're definitely gonna know. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree with you. Yes.
Do you hope to see some Blitz today?
Yeah, it will be more engaging, I guess, or exciting. And yeah, I really like to see more Blitz games today as well. But let's see.
Yeah, it would be really exciting. I mean, they have taken away the possibility of Armageddon, and I completely understand. You don't want things to get messy over the board. Armageddon also doesn't have any increment, so one of my chat members actually put a video of the last sort of chaotic Armageddon game from the World Cup into our Discord channel, and I watched it and I saw this like it was crazy. One player flagged, but it was very
Oh,
unsure like where the pieces were on the board and whether there was some like dubious moment some player like pressed the clock without moving, and it was just too much. It was way too much
oh
to
yeah,
handle. Yeah.
yeah. It's not easy, and it will be very crazy, I guess.
And also we can see this is a question you asked me here, Niusha, that which player is going to start with the white pieces? And Lei Ting-ji got white pieces in round one, and I think we should get some moves in now.
Yes,
Okay, there we go.
started.
They did start indeed. And I was going to ask you what are our predictions for the opening. And I'm in love right now. This is the Italian.
Italian,
Yeah,
yes,
we both play it, right? We both play the Italian.
yes, yes.
And I'm so happy to see it. I'm going to keep the evaluation up for chat as well as for us, just because the live board we have doesn't have any sort of evaluation, and it's nice to have that gauge at least somewhere on the screen for us to see, so that so that spectators can at least watch the broadcast and see what's on. Okay, I'm hoping the players are not watching the broadcast, just to be sure of that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And if they are, I hope they're following our advice. So very,
Yeah.
very slow Italian. What are your thoughts at the moment here?
Yeah, as you said, a very slow Italian, and everything is just normal for now. And yeah, as you are mentioning, Bishop to G4 is one of the um, actually main lines here for Black. And yeah, White can also simply play and develop other pieces. So it's just very solid at the moment.
Indeed, and I noticed this as well. I was going to bring up the tournament tree, but it might need some updating. And just letting the team know behind the scenes. That is the tippy tappy ASMR that you're probably hearing there. Okay, but the players are moving so fast, and this comes to show, how strong their preparation and their sort of just opening knowledge is.
Yes, yes, exactly. And here, what do you think about the A5 move? I mean, why she didn't castle? Um,
Yeah, delaying castling in an opening like this is very common. I mean, there's no immediate threat of opening the center, but now with the rook on e1, maybe this is exactly what black is going to do. Black is going to castle because we always have to keep an eye out for these inadvertent or indirect attacks on the king, even if there are pawns in the way. It's like an X-ray rook almost. Bishop e6
yeah,
is surprising me right now. Bishop e6 is very, very cool. I think a5 is
yeah,
also very common, fighting for some space on the queen side.
yes, that's true. And Bishop E6 is now, yeah, Bishop B5. They're playing very fast.
Yeah, I like bishop e5. I'm assuming one of the reasons here is just to redirect the bishop to a square like c2, where it's going to have a
Yeah,
lot of range later on.
yeah, with playing D4 maybe later on.
So we'll see maybe this knight go from f1 to g3, just trying to assume what sort of structure we'll end up with. Now that the bishop on e6 no longer serves an immediate, any, what's the word even? I can't even English today.
Yeah,
I haven't had enough coffee. This is the problem. Any immediate purpose. Purpose is the word. Yes. And I was thinking, bishop on g4 would have been a little bit stronger, and this is exactly what white is trying to avoid.
yeah, exactly. Playing H3 to prevent that move.
Very common
Knight
idea.
H7.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
love this for black. And I've often had positions like this, Niusha, where I played the Italian. And then my opponent goes knight h7, f5, and it just becomes so difficult to go from there with the white pieces. What do you think
Yes.
white is
Yeah,
going to
that's
do here?
true. Yeah. I I really think that after F5, maybe you need to just try to um, keep the center as it is for now, and just trying to not open it for a while, maybe. I'm not really sure, but I really don't want to take on F5 with my pawn. I
Yeah.
mean, I really want to keep it like this. But then after black takes, then I don't know. Maybe we should take with the our d pawn, and then the f file will be open.
Yeah, that's something really to watch out for, because I think along with f5 could be a threat of playing f4 even, which I only now
Yeah,
considered,
that's true.
because black can take for sure, but white always has this like strong backup to maintain a static center. Pawn is also on e4, but after f5, I think yeah, I might even assume that white might take, or d4. Because when your opponent attacks on the flank or just away from the center, you want to strike back in the center. So this is one way of looking at it, but I also like your idea of just leaving it, allowing black the decision of just either pushing the pawn or taking. But yeah, very
Yeah, d4 maybe
dynamic.
is also possible, as you mentioned. D4 looks also interesting for white
Yeah.
to having some kind of pressure and attack in the middle of the board, center of the board.
Nirsha, do you think that white might take on c6 first and then play d4?
Very good question. I think it's possible to take the knight first, because then you have like more defenders for playing d4, and then you are also getting the knight, which is also defending the d4 square as black. So I guess it's better maybe to take the knight first. But in other way, I also want to keep my bishop.
That's true. No, I'm also thinking that it just feels like an impulse, and some impulses we really just have to reject and ignore. And I think this is one of those. You have to. But I was thinking here, if we were to just look at some possibilities, f5, d4 takes. The one problem is that if black takes on e4, then the rook is forced to capture back. But here, bishop to b4. And
Then
white has to do something, right?
maybe bishop to d2 here.
Bishop d2.
It was not a good idea, I guess.
No,
Maybe
I
the
like
knight.
it. What else is there? Oh, apparently this is another idea. But this
Yeah,
is giving
yeah, I
up
think so.
an exchange, maybe? I don't even know. Oh, this is better. Oh, this is better
Oh yeah,
for... Yeah, never mind.
this is winning for white.
Yeah, I take it back. Back to the live position. Oh,
Mhm.
f5 was played and white immediately accepted this f5 pawn with the idea of playing knight to g3, gaining a tempo. Because now the knight
Okay.
previously being on d2 could have gone to e4 after capturing, but now it's sitting on g3 and maybe even a better square for the knight right now. But you know what?
Yes.
This opens a door here, Niusha, and I think that rook takes f3 is always going to be like at the back of black's mind, thinking, later
Yeah.
on rook takes f3 could work later on, eventually.
Yeah, that's true. And I have a question also asking of myself, is
Yep.
in this position also good to try to play d4 as white or not anymore? Because I guess
Ooh,
then it will be more challenging for white, but
I have
I'm not
no
really sure.
idea. Yeah, I'm also not sure. Like, this is a very good question. Very, very good question. Because on one hand, there's a way for white to get the pawn to a square like d5. But on the other, it's like you're creating an isolated pawn, and we had this conversation yesterday. It's like it can be good, it can be bad, but how do you even like start to evaluate it? Yeah,
Yeah.
I have no idea. Um, yeah, something else. What else would I consider? I mean, it's nice that white always has a check with the queen or the bishop. Of course, you don't want to go
Yeah.
for check immediately because you always want to have it in your pocket in case you need it later for some tempo.
Hmm. Oh, she played d4.
Wow, really well predicted. Amazing. You predicted it and it happened.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
but I was not sure about that. But now it's nice to see what will happen after d4.
exactly. We'll see bishop b4 for sure. Oh, bishop b6 and now d5? I was thinking
Yeah, d5
d5
looks nice.
is really good because e6 square would be tricky to defend. Oh, an
She played
immediate
a3.
a3, maybe just to stop any
Or maybe
ideas
to
of
avoid,
this.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. I agree.
the knight going to b4 and
But
and then d5.
then maybe now black has to play d5. What do you think?
I think so too. I think so too because the nice thing about having, sort of a pawn in this situation, like in the center, there's always ideas of having an outpost on the square in front of it, right? So for white, that's e5. For black, that's e4. Very nice,
Hmm.
sort of out, even if it is an advanced outpost on e4, it'd be good to control with the knight later on. So this knight is definitely coming back and will probably look at squares like going to e4 later on.
Yeah, yeah,
Uh,
exactly. And what are the times? They're almost equal on time. 11 and 13 minutes. Okay.
yeah, but we also realize maybe the bigger the time difference in this time format is gonna be huge. They only have 10-second increment, not the usual 30-second increment that they're used to in classical chess. And yeah, time's gonna mean a lot. We've seen a lot of blunders in time trouble. Humpy Canaru had a huge chance yesterday in the endgame to convert a winning position, but it was very difficult. I mean, without an engine, I think you and I might have missed that this was a really big opportunity here for Humpy. And just by one pawn push, one singular pawn push, it became a draw.
Yeah,
So it's
exactly.
tough. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Chad is mentioning the evaluation bar favors white, and I think that's still that home advantage, right? Because white moves first, and so it's always like a slight 0.2, 0.3 advantage for white. So the moment it goes like 0.7, 0.8 and upwards, we can start saying, oh, where is this advantage and how did white achieve it? Yeah. Just checking what are the questions in chat. If there are questions in YouTube, please do forward them on Twitch. I only have Twitch chat open right now. Let me quickly see. I'm going to close the main broadcast because we're going to use imagination to assume how the players are thinking or feeling. The question is, if somebody wins this game, are we going to have another game? Yes. So it's a definite that we're going to have at least 2 rapid games today of 15 plus 10. And if they're decisive, as in one person wins that match, then the tiebreak is over. But if it's a draw, they'll move on to an even shorter time format. Yes, I
And
can pop
Humpy
up. Yeah.
played.
Humpy played. Yes,
Yes.
97. How do you feel about 97?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but maybe she thought after d5, white can take on the knight on c6, and then after taking back, then maybe the pawn on c6 will be the weakness. So maybe she preferred to bring the knight first to e7 and be the planning of uh, playing d5 next. That's what I am thinking about.
Exactly. Yeah, I was definitely thinking that the bishop might take at some stage. Um, I mean, white does have a lot of sort of light square weaknesses around the king at the moment, but there are pieces defending. Another thing I was thinking here, Niusha, is that knight d5 could be a threat. And not a huge threat, just a blockading sort of situation where black wants to put the knight there, wants to pose questions to white, and doesn't have to give up these outposting squares. You know, the moment that black plays this move, d5,
Hmm.
e5 becomes so weak for black, and I don't think
Yes.
black is ready to give that up.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Maybe also she was thinking of playing knight to d5, as you mentioned. Yes, because the e5 pawn, e5 is probably the weakness after d5. You're right.
I think this position is open, it's dynamic, it's going to give us a lot to talk about. And one thing I was thinking is white definitely wants to get rid of some of these pieces defending the king. So one way to do so is maybe knight to h4, because now the knight is blocking this h4 square, giving white this opportunity.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm
true. It
not
can be
sure.
one of the options. Oh yeah,
Oh!
yes,
Knight h4 was played. Knight h4 is
nice.
on the board. Yeah, very, very cool. I'm happy to see
Well
it.
done. And now she has to play bishop to f7, I guess.
Bishop f7 or bishop to e8, I imagine, are the moves.
Yeah.
The follow-up, though, I'm not entirely sure, because I can only imagine that white doesn't want to keep the knight on the flank for very long. And maybe even knight f5 as a follow-up might be good.
And who do you prefer now in this
Ooh.
position? Can you say it?
All right, here's my evaluation. I like white's position because white has a lot of options here. But, there's a big but. d4, I'm not a huge fan of the isolated pawn. But right now, black is only attacking it with one piece. Maybe I'll prefer white pieces. What about you?
Yeah, I agree with you. Totally agree with you. And I will also choose white for now. But yeah, as you mentioned, I don't like the isolated pawn on d4. So let's see what will happen next. She did play bishop to f7. Okay.
He's playing very accurately right now. Late in G. Late in G with the white pieces, I think she wants to secure a very positive result. Because when you're playing white, there's this sort of unspoken like pressure on you to perform super well. If you have a negative result with the white pieces, it's almost as though there's this like subconscious, you've lost the match already. And with white, you want to draw or a win. With black, you definitely want to draw and you don't want to lose. And if you can
Yeah,
pull
that's
off,
true.
yeah, if you can pull off a win with black, I mean, it's the best day of your entire life. It's great.
Yeah.
Oh
Oh,
dear. Wait, wait. Wait a second. Are we missing something? Why did the evaluation go crazy?
yeah, that's why. What's the problem of knight to f6?
I'm doing my best to not look at the engine, and I'm so tempted because I feel like there's a tactic that we're missing. Yes! Okay. I
What?
think it has to
What?
do with this. I think it has to do...
Yeah.
It might not be the first move. Okay, let me just check. Oh, okay, so bishop takes h6. G takes h6. Queen d2. So it's like full on a kingside attack that is gonna pan out to something, right?
Yeah.
I am freaking out. Let's quickly take a look. Because Lei Tingji might actually spend her time analyzing this for a second. It's just so unclear. I don't understand it.
Yeah, me too.
I'm just following the engine. Oh, rook takes e7 is in the mix. I want to see what she
Oh, and
did.
then knight to
Knight
f5.
f5. Okay, I mean bishop h6 is just so unclear. Like that is just a monster move. If it happened, it would probably be game of the tournament. I'm not even kidding. But this is nice because you're building on the advantage of your
Yeah,
well-placed pieces. Yeah?
I need to plug in my laptop for a second.
Oh, no worries. Go, go, go. Do it.
Yeah,
We don't
I'm
need you
fine.
to, we don't want you to die on us. Please do not. Please, we need
No, no, it's fine.
you.
It's fine, it's fine. I'm all set.
Great.
What happened?
All right, so just an exchange of knights on f5. And I think
Yeah,
there's still a good chance for white to be able to improve the position. But I can only imagine that, Lei Tingji, I believe her second or her coach at the candidates last year was none other than Temur Rajabov. So I'm wondering if he's actually working with her for the World Cup as well. But
mm,
this would be so interesting that after the game, her coach comes up to her and is like, you know what? There was this amazing kingside attack with bishop takes h6. And I'm sure her answer is going to be like, I considered that briefly, but that did not look like a fairy tale happy ending. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. But also, yeah, it was not easy for this rapid game to analyze all the lines and then choose it. Maybe she was afraid, and I totally understand that. Yeah,
Yeah, rightfully so. Rightfully so. I think it's very normal to be scared. Not even scared, just you want to keep your head on straight. You don't want to do anything too drastic or crazy, and then it doesn't work out. Because bishop takes h6, I can only imagine how much accuracy that must take with the following moves, right? You have to be accurate right the way through with everything.
yeah.
So rook e8, and now you will not believe it. Niusha, bishop take h6?
Is it still the first option?
Yes! What?
Oh my God. Yeah,
I don't
it
get
looks
it.
so clear, but I
Yeah,
mean, I also don't dare to take it.
I do not get it.
But then after taking it back, then knight takes or what? Or queen to d2.
Let's go over it. So the best move is rook takes e1, and then the idea of taking back. Ah, queen e3. So this is
Oh,
very strong, apparently.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
queen f8 is
yeah.
the best move. You have to then play, okay, let's just play queen f8, queen, okay, not queen g3 first. Oh no, knight h6 first, king h8, and queen g5. And you're threatening so many things at once.
Yeah.
Bishop d5, and queen h4. To be able to see this, I think it's a little bit unrealistic.
Oh,
Yeah.
she played rook e3.
Rook e3 is on the board. Rook e3 is on the board. I don't think it's a bad move. I think it's a very, very good. It's a solid approach. Like I said, we're
Yeah,
thinking in fairy tales. We want the fairy tale to come true, and we're just like, you know what? We're gonna have to settle for reality here.
yeah, yeah, that's true.
Yeah. But chat, what do you think? Do you think she considered this at any point? Imagination, life is your creation. Isn't that a Barbie song? Imagination, life is your creation. Come on, Barbie. No shot? Okay. No shot then. I understand. No, I think she would have considered it. She was like, because it's also a player's intuition. You might think, what am I considering? Why am I thinking up bishop takes h6? And it's just experience that suggests that even, the best moves of the engine that look crazy, players would consider it. Yeah. I'm disappointed Lei didn't sack. Oh no, you can't be disappointed. Yeah. All right, bishop
Oh, bishop
d5.
g5.
Yeah, how do we feel about this move?
Trumpy is also trying to make her pieces maybe more active
I agree.
somehow.
100% I agree.
But now I really don't know what should be the next moves for white
I'm thinking about
here.
ways to practically make this idea work, right? So still going with bishop h6, but not immediately. Something setting it up like queen c1, bishop h6,
Yeah,
which is a very common idea, even queen d2. But queen d2, knight e4, so maybe queen c1 is better. My money's on this move.
okay, queen to c1 looks very interesting to me as well because you are
Yeah.
planning to take on h6 and then you will take back with the queen, and it looks so nice. But yeah, let's see.
Chad says, sack first, think later.
Yeah, sometimes it works, especially when I'm playing bullet. I always go for the sacrifice.
Yeah. Really? You like playing bullet a lot?
Yeah, yeah. I usually play bullets when I want to have some kind of content. I always choose the bullet. It's
Oh, I
more
see.
fun.
It doesn't cause emotional damage. Okay. Bullet. Says a lot
What
about a
about
person.
you? What about
um,
you?
I try to avoid bullets as much as
Yeah,
possible. Of course, I end up playing it sometimes on stream, but not for a very long period of time. I mean, I collaborated with a streamer who played, I think, like 6 hours of consecutive bullets. I can't remember how long it was, but she said it was like hours and hours of bullets until she reached, her goal or a rating goal. And
yeah,
I cannot imagine doing it longer than like 1 hour, to be honest. I
yeah,
enjoy I enjoy Blitz. I enjoy some Rapid. Like Rapid is the most chill. Like you can still talk to chat if you're streaming. You can focus on the game a little bit. Like it's really just very calming. But overall, like over the board, I think classical, which is what we have in common there. I think you said you also like classical over the board.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Over the board, just I will go for classical, of course. I
yeah.
really enjoy playing classical, but for online, I guess I will choose bullet.
Okay, I believe sudden death is only in Blitz. Sudden death? Ah, right, because then whoever wins the match. That makes sense. If you gave black two moves in this position right now, what would you play?
Nice question.
What would I play? What's hanging?
Yeah, I can say if I had two moves with black, I would play knight to g4, knight takes on e3. And then I was sure that there is
Oh.
no more sacrifice.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. I like that a lot. Yeah, that could probably be it. One thing I would do, I'd probably just grab these two pawns, to be honest. I would just take on d4 and then take on b2. But maybe that is a little bit greedy. Is there another thing? Bishop f3, bishop d1.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
right. Right, why not just go for the queen? That's like the simplest answer, yeah.
Yeah.
So true. Yes, Miss Afshar does have a Twitch channel. Can they follow you? I'm gonna put your handle in chat. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, so I think there might be a streamer command or streamers, hosts. Oh, there we go. There we go. That's our handles right there. Brilliant.
F3. What do you think about F3, Jesse?
Uh, um, I was always told to not play f3 in situations where it weakens the squares around the king, but I think there's some merit to f3. What do you think?
Yeah, I really don't like F3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like my king is no more I mean, it doesn't feel good for my king. I don't know.
100% agree. I think another plan here for black might be to redirect the bishop, because the moment you see your opponent do something like this, all the pawns on the king side are locked, well, not locked, but are sitting on light squares at the moment. So I think that one way to go about it is just undermining these squares by attacking them or just covering those squares. Because imagine a queen and a bishop on this diagonal would just be fatal.
Yeah. But now I guess I'm trying to understand f3, and that's because of the e4 square. That's to avoid knight to e4, because she really wants to keep the bishops for the attack. That's why she decided to play f3.
I think so too. And yeah, this is one way to stop the knight from coming to e4, exactly what we said before. We said queen c1 with the idea of bishop h6, or queen d2 with the same idea, but then there's knight e4. So she immediately stopped this plan. And now it's a matter of how black will respond. Maybe black can just simply play something like rook e8. Now that the queen is covering the 7th rank, there aren't any checkmating threats immediately.
Yeah.
Because then this wouldn't work, right? Queen takes at the end, and then just knight h7. Bishop can come in. This is also like a threat later on. Yeah. I'm a great believer in Ben Feingold's maxims. Never play f3. Always sack the exchange. I like that. Okay, so always sack the exchange. Is that a mantra that we should like 100% follow, or is it optional? I feel like that one should be optional.
And now
yeah, another suggestion from chat is to put the queen on e1 and then g3. So that's a nice entry square into the king's side as well.
Yeah. I guess maybe, yeah, now black wants to take a knight, so she has to go maybe knight to h4 again, or knight to g3 again.
To retreat the knight? Yeah. Yep, we might see knight h4 or knight g3. Between the two, I'm thinking possibly knight to h4. Just because black can play d5 on the next move, and it's going to be incredibly difficult to get the knight from g3 to e5, and maybe slightly easier for the knight to go via this route, you know?
Yeah.
So I think knight h4 is likely to happen. Black's plan, maybe, is to play something along the lines of d5, c6, bishop c7. If the bishop was on c7 already, maybe black would be the one attacking.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Because the bishop on b6 is, at the moment, not very useful.
Yeah, I agree. This is the best of two games at the moment. Well, the whole concept of sacking an exchange is like a rook for a minor piece. Maybe just in other instances, when you say sack an exchange and you mean a bishop for 2 pawns, it's just a bishop for 2 pawns. I don't think there's a specific name for it. This is what she gets for not sacking. Wow, chat is brutal today. It's like, yeah, no filter. Love it.
Yeah.
So I just sneaked a peek at the engine here, Niusha, and I think that g4 is another way forward. It's very ambitious, just because
really?
you are opening up the king. I suppose bringing the rook in to sort of cover is an option later. But right now, it's so crazy to think that this is good.
Oh, but it looks interesting to me actually, because if he takes that knight, then we will just take back with the bishop, and yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
knight
she
d3.
played knight
I
e3.
want to see
Okay.
what happens after knight h4. Okay, a4. Knight g6. Bishop b3. Okay, not at all what I would think. Still equal though. Oh, there was an on-screen celebration. Oh, did I miss it? Did we miss it? Do you have the stream
Yeah,
up?
actually, I was trying to see, but then it's gone.
Oh, we'll have to see if it's in the VOD. Yeah, if you sack the piece and not get anything back, isn't that just a blunder? If you just want to pull, say, the king to another square. Oh, yeah, well then you're just sacking in the case of like trying to get activity or an attack or some compensation.
Let's ask chat what they think with the result of this match.
Yeah, chat, what do you think? Will it be a win for Tan? Well, sorry, Tan, yes. Would it be a win for Leighton G? Would it be a win for Humpy Canary? Would it be a draw? Knight g3 feels like a compromise. Lena's playing for a draw. I prefer g4. I think she's playing very safe. Very safe moves.
Someone said, I want an all Indian final. Okay.
Me too.
Me too.
Exactly. So we're on the
Me
same
three.
page. Me three.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, someone in chat has to say me four. Oh wow. Yeah, so it's a win-win for chat, I think. Oh, and on-screen celebrations don't show up in the VOD. I don't have the stream up. Okay, this time I'll have the stream up, I promise. Let's open it. If there's another on-screen celebration, we won't miss it. Oh, I just kept opening the same tab many times. Yeah, the stream is always at risk. Yeah, that's very, very true. I changed my mind. I support Lei, the unwanted Tingy, entirely. Wait, why? Because she's the underdog? Oh dear. Another Twitch scam. Yeah. Alright, so I missed a couple things while looking away. What did I miss here?
Oh,
Knight
just,
d5?
I guess just, yeah.
Ricky won. Wait,
And then
players
queen.
have 2 minutes left on the clock.
Oh yeah, you're right.
2 minutes is not a lot of time with 10-second increment, chat. I think they're still stuck in classical mode. I feel like this is the reason why they've let so much time lapse, but also they're on move 30, so it's kind of normal. And now we see this very famous attempt at attacking the king with queen c2. Oh, sorry. Yeah, queen c2 and going for this h7 square. Knight f6 is a perfect defense. Maybe even queen here, queen d3 now.
And yeah, it's possible. It looks more equal at the moment.
Yeah, it does.
Knight e4.
I like
Okay,
knight e4
she
a
wants
lot.
to trade. Yeah.
Yeah, you're bringing perhaps even the pawns back together. I mean, white does have 3 pawn islands, but it's really nice to have 3 pawn islands of connected pawns rather than one standing alone. But hanging pawns in the center are also going to pose, some questions to white. How you're going to maintain this? If you push a pawn, which one are you going to push? And so on. Oh, we get it. We get
Yes.
this.
Interesting.
I wonder what was an alternative here. Could you take with the rook?
Maybe, yeah. I was going to say why we don't take with the rook, but then yeah, it was not very clear to me what will happen after.
Maybe she's not a fan of this. Oh no,
Oh,
but this just wins
I
a
just take.
piece. Yeah, like what am I doing? Um, Rook f8 maybe. Let's just see what the engine suggests. Queen e3. Okay, let's go back to the live position because we don't have a lot of time. And here we have it. Trying to already break up these pawns that just got reunited, you know? So maybe e5, creating a passed pawn could be an option. Another
Yeah,
thing to consider. Because you're also
or
shutting
maybe
down. Yeah? Go ahead, sorry.
no, it's fine. I was just thinking maybe we can also go for something like rook to f1, but I'm not sure because if it takes, then we have. Oh, it's not that much good.
Sorry. No, I was also wondering, like, what's happening. Oh, Queen c2.
Okay, it's interesting.
Yeah. Well, a minute left for both players. Chat, what's happening?
See. Very exciting. I don't know what will happen.
Yeah. Thank you, Urlan, for all these celebrations and the big emotes in chat. Love to see it.
G6. Oh, what if just white now takes on d5?
You think taking and picking up on g6?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
That could be it. I'm wondering why g6 was played in the first place.
Yeah.
Queen h7 check was a threat. Indeed. I was also thinking of a way that black could escape with the king, but maybe there was this idea of just putting the bishop on h4 and then rook f1. So maybe that was also a huge problem over there. Okay, taking and possibly even picking up the pawn on g6. Here, late in g could come back, could make a small comeback here. Maybe even taking here might be the intermediate move that's necessary. It was played. It was played.
Yeah.
Hang on. Hang on. Wait. You're playing queen b3. You're attacking the bishop and threatening check?
Oh, you're right.
Oh, it was played. What is going on? Oh my gosh. She found it. She found this idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
So cool. And now, what should black do?
Yeah, this is gonna be tough.
Do you think did Humpy miss this queen to b3 move?
I think so.
Or
100%. 100%. Because there's no way you allow this attack on your king, because you're gonna lose a pawn. You're gonna lose maybe even 2 pawns here, because this is gonna really mess things up. It's opposite color bishops, but it's better for white.
yeah,
Yeah.
you're right.
Yeah. So now black has to move the king, or possibly even queen. No, I don't think that's possible actually. King h7 and now just grabbing the bishop. There was something else, right? There's something else here. Ah, d6 is something else. But this is inhumane.
It's very difficult to find this.
It's inhuman to find this, yeah. Because now the threat is simply to keep the pawn on the board and let it be dangerous.
Sorry.
Bless you. Exactly. Very, very strange things. But, okay. In this endgame, white's a pawn up and maybe can still do something even though it's opposite color bishops.
Oh, she took on the pawn. She preferred to keep the queen.
I'm wondering if
Instead
queen
of
c1 was a move. Wasn't queen c1 the move here? Ah, bishop b4 was the move, okay. Threatening some checkmating things. Yeah. Very nice find by Humpy. Queen e4, simply. And some perpetual checks, probably. Yeah, another thing I was just considering very briefly was ways in which to bring the bishop in, because the bishop and the queen could wreak havoc over here, and maybe just queen e7 and some perpetual check is gonna seal the deal. But late in G
yeah.
definitely missed out on an opportunity to push with d6 and fight for a nice advantage in that middle game. But they were both merely playing on seconds, and it's really tricky to see things through, so I completely understand. Yeah, now it is simply going to be a check, 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 check.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think so. It will be a draw.
it will be. It will be. And there's no way to stop it as well, because the moment you try to stop with the queen, like this bishop is hanging, so there's nothing to do. I think the players would simply shake hands at this point and agree on a draw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What just happened? Because oh yeah, no, it's fine.
Oh, something looked crazy?
Yeah, because I was thinking that they're both under 1 minute, but now suddenly I saw that Humpy has 1 minute and 18 seconds, so it was
Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah. Oh, brief, very quick draw probably soon. And I don't think there will be any magic tricks to be played. And the queens are off.
Okay.
Yeah, the queens are off the board now. Shouldn't be too difficult. Because the moment the king goes after g5, I mean, this bishop g2 is going to attack the pawn. And they will still push and try, probably. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you so much for the compliment, Visa for Security. I appreciate the nice vibes. You guys are so wholesome, truly. Chat is wholesome. Thanks for passing on the comment, Widgeon. Yeah, maybe now just check and check. Because king f6, bishop d4, and back. Oh, no.
What?
They are like, they're truly like going for glory here. Like there's no
Yeah.
moment for peace. Like the bishop will go to e7, b4. It's still a draw, but players will fight on. Mm-hmm. Yep.
They'll keep playing.
They'll keep playing, yes. b4. And bishop e1. Bishop c3. I think they will move around for like a little bit and then agree on a draw. But someone is bound to offer, or, you know, something should be said.
Yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful, peaceful ending. But we'll go back, like the moment the result is in, we'll go back to that position and just see what happened with d6. And see what the follow-up was supposed to be. Yeah, it should be a dead draw in endgame just because opposite color bishops, despite there being, you know, a pawn deficit here. I think the bishop will just go back and forth between this, and maybe even the king will sit comfortably. But we've also found instances where games look so drawn and you would think automatically, you know, this is a draw, let's agree. And the evaluation would go crazy because maybe there's like some tactic or a way forward that a player would miss, and you have to be 100% sure sometimes.
Yes, that's true. Yeah.
Oh, not back and forth, h5, that's true. Thank you for letting us know. Yeah, that's a very good point. If the bishop actually went here, there was this idea of playing h5, and it might have been fatal for black. It was a very easy mistake to make. It's a little bit fun to just watch this. It really, really is.
Maybe
No
they want to
comment.
play like they have 1 hour of time.
Exactly, exactly. They want this to go on as long as possible. So perhaps we should talk about the weather. What lovely weather we're having.
Yeah. Or maybe you need to go and take your coffee.
That's true. So are you having some decaf today? What's the deal?
I'm going to order because I was a little bit late, so I didn't have time to order yet. But
Oh
yeah,
my
sure, I'm going to
gosh.
order. Yeah.
You sacrificed your beverage for the stream. Guys, you need to feel honored. This is insane. I would often be late for stream because I need to get my coffee. And we drink coffee for your protection here, chat. So just watch out. In some lines, white can play a5 if the bishop is on f5. These are nice instances to look at, actually. So if the bishop is on f5, you can play h5 because the pawn can't take. Bishop is hanging. King would be obviously sitting along these squares over here and might even have a chance to promote. So black has to be careful. I think white is also trying their luck at... Oh, they've agreed on a draw. They've agreed on a draw finally. And yeah, there was just no way for black or white to make any progress in a position like this. So that means the end of the first rapid game. Niusha, and the next game, Humpy Canary is going to have the white pieces against Lei Ting Ji. So maybe we'll see a decisive result, and if not, I guess our day is only getting started.
Yes, sure. Let's see, and I can't wait to see the next match.
Yeah, so we'll be back after the break. I'm probably going to bring up the main broadcast, and yeah, Niusha and I will just keep in touch regarding when the next roundup will start. But let's go get our beverages and some snacks, and we'll be back really soon.
Yes.
Okay, and we are back after the break. It was quite an extensive break too, so we were definitely preparing ourselves for the rapid. How are we feeling about the second rapid game?
Yeah, it will be very interesting, especially when Humpy is playing white. So I'm very excited. I can't wait.
Yeah, I can see the live cams right now from the main broadcast, and Humpy Canera is just sitting at the board with her eyes closed, and she's like trying to maintain composure. Very similar to what we saw with Gukesh in the World Championship match against Dingley Ren. He would spend a couple minutes before the game starts, just like sitting there, trying to keep composure, trying to like collect his thoughts and so on. What is some ritual that you follow when you played chess tournaments?
Yeah, actually, it's also very nice to have some relaxation or some kind of trying to focus, trying to relax, whatever, before the game starts. And I also did that during my tournaments. Maybe closing my eyes or trying to focus or, yeah,
Yeah.
looking at somewhere. Yeah.
That definitely helps. I mean, whatever works for you, it's good to have a good mental headspace and frame of mind going into your game. You don't want to be too nervous. You don't want it to affect your play and that sort of thing. So 100%, we're going to see a couple moves coming in through soon. With the delay, of course, we'll maybe see a 5 minute. Maybe there was a 5 minute delay, right? So it's already 25 past, which means their first moves will happen. I'm thinking telepathy now. Now.
What do you think? Humpy will play e4 or d4 or what is
Ooh.
your opinion?
I think e4. I think e4 is going to be seen. Oh no, I was
Oh,
wrong.
d4.
I was wrong. And this is what we saw in one of the classical matches, actually. An early exchange on the d5 square. I think very quickly going to take Humpy Canero. Oh, you know what? I've just been wrong with my predictions so far. Maybe you should just take over here.
Yeah, it's totally fine because yeah, they are maybe trying to change their yeah openings and playing some maybe new variations. So it's totally fine, and yeah, let's see what will happen. A knight h4, I really don't. Yeah, maybe she wants to just take the bishop to be just get rid of this bishop, which is in the right squares. But yeah, I really don't know. Is it a very common move or what?
Yeah, so I have the master database up right now, and we have a Slav structure. Like, this is very solid for black. It's a very common way to play and very popular as well. So they're still probably following their preparation here, and I can see there are multiple games being played in this position with ideas of pushing, putting the bishop on d2, and that's exactly what happened, and followed by knight b to d7. I think the idea is to put the bishop on d6 eventually, and just trying to develop the pieces that way. I'm also assuming here that at some stage white will want to activate this bishop a little bit more. Yeah.
Yeah, I see. And both will go short castle, right?
It would be nice to see short castle, but I'm only afraid of this open file for the rook.
Yeah.
Maybe
So
black.
in this kind of positions, I prefer that first black goes castle, and then I will choose between where I'm going to castle.
Exactly, exactly. Yeah, I think black might also consider long castling just because there's no immediate threat of opening the king on the queen side. So if the pawn takes, I think black might even take with the e pawn. And if queen c7 or queen b6, long castles might not be too bad of an idea. But I'm trying to understand from the games that are available in the master database why a move like g3 would be very popular or common here. Oh, exchanging.
Oh, exchanging, yeah.
Exchanging in
Okay,
the center very early. And this
yeah.
is probably going to lead to a very comfortable position for black. I think black is going to be very happy here. g3 we might see next. Bishop g2. Leighton G did offer a very compromising position to her king with playing f3 in the previous game. And maybe Humpy Canero, I'm not sure who it was that had the chances. Maybe Leighton G had some chances with, bishop sacrifice on the king side and so on. Maybe Humpy might even be playing more conservatively in a position like this. G3
Mm.
is against what we believe, right? Because you don't want to cause too many light squared weaknesses.
Oh, long castle, Jesse.
Yes, Nisha, I love to see
That's
this. Love
yeah,
it.
yeah. I mean, okay, it will be like opposite side castles maybe, and then it will be very interesting tactics. Let's hope for that.
And funny enough, there's still two positions in the database, or two games in the database rather, with this position. And bishop e1 seems very natural. You want to defend the pawn with the queen and the bishop to stop the knight from taking on f2. Of course, playing a move like f3 or h3 is not enough just because of this fork, and you want to avoid it.
Yeah,
Another thing I can assume here for black could be a chance to attack on the queen side. I mean, this seems very likely.
yeah, that's true. I don't see actually any other moves rather than bishop to e1.
Bishop e1.
Oh, okay.
Wait. Wait. What?
This move is out of my database, so
I've never seen this in my life. Oh, this is brilliant. I mean, a matter of seconds, right? Like, there's no way this isn't preparation. Knight to e4
yeah.
is insane. I think I have whiplash.
Yeah. I didn't expect this at all, so it's interesting to see these
Yeah,
kind of moves.
you know what surprises me even more, Niusha? Is that Queen
But
e7 was played so quickly. So quickly.
yeah, that's true. Yeah, she was expecting that.
Yeah. And now the queens will come off and that will be forced. And now that the queens are off, this position is still relatively equal with black being the only one with a compromised pawn structure. White's pawn structure is perfectly fine, but white
Yeah.
also has two bishops here.
Yes, that's true.
It will be an easy position for black to try and improve. 95 is coming. I think white will have some trouble opening the center because you have to commit to a square like or a move like f3 eventually. And two
Hmm.
f3s and two rapid games? Wow, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but I mean, f3 it will be the only option to opening up the position somehow.
Yeah, f3 to just, attack the pawn that's sitting on e4. And f5 doesn't seem very natural, just because if we end up taking eventually on the square, you don't want to end up with isolated pawns on the g file, double isolated pawns. So
Yeah.
f3, well, f3 now? No. But maybe something like, yeah, I was thinking h4 with the idea of
Yeah.
knight and then f3. Nope, not yet. f3.
Hmm.
Let's see what was played. Okay, stopping the knight from coming to c4.
Yeah.
And now f3 on the docket. And chat says, cool move from Humpy. Now I want her to win. That would be very cool. For
Yeah,
sure, that
but how
was
can she win this position? I'm wondering. It's not easy to win this.
not easy at all. We've seen a lot of crazy positional play in middle games where it's seemingly equal. And here Humpy Canero already has 11 minutes on the clock versus Lei Tingji's 16 minutes. She hasn't thought much yet in this game. And this might be her first medium think. I don't want to say big think. It could be a medium think.
Yeah.
Where to put the
True.
king? Do you play castles? Do you play adventurously and take the pawn on h2? Do you play king d7?
I guess I'll go for long castle.
Long castles?
Oh, king to e7. Okay.
Yeah, interesting choice. I think it will
Yeah.
definitely lead to a move like this, just because, yeah, that bishop isn't entirely trapped on h2. There are ways in which you could bring the bishop back out, even just doubling up the rooks on the h-file to save the bishop later and hold on to the pawn. But h3 shuts down that idea, and some natural moves I can think of are just knight d5.
Yeah.
Maybe Black's dreams of attacking on the king side, queen side, sorry, aren't entirely dead.
What is your opinion about c5?
I like it. It does open things up a little bit for the bishop. Like you're giving white a chance to breathe a bit with this range of the bishop. But I also think that if Black wants any chance to open up the queen side and attack, maybe the idea of playing c5 later on is the way to go. Like exactly what Black wants.
Yeah.
Like maybe doubling up on the c-file first and then playing c5.
Yeah, exactly. Because now I guess Black should find a way to do something in the queen side rather than king side.
What would you try to do here?
Yeah, it's not easy to say, but maybe I will just go follow up some lines like doubling my rooks, playing c5.
Knight d5 was played, and potentially Black wouldn't mind. Maybe Black would mind actually, because as we've established, pawns on the dark squares, bishop on dark square could be weaker, and if Black trades this bishop, it'll help white.
Yes, that's true.
Okay, so maybe not that. How to proceed? f3. I'm putting my money on f3 here. I think f3 is gonna happen.
f3?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I also think the same.
And if anybody has some f3 emotes in chat, we can plaster them all over the place. Yeah. Trying to see which relevant emotes I have. I have a yep draw emote. There's that one. And Peepo Chess F3!
F3!
Yay!
Jesse,
We got it. We got F3 on the board. Exactly as predicted. It's natural. White wants to open. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
It's fine. I'm just thinking about Black, that should she just take it or maybe playing f5. I'm not sure. I'm just trying to figure this out. What will be the best option here for Black?
Yeah, I think that f5 could just end up being really nice for white. Like, I'm wondering what the plan is over here. Because double pawns, the engine still seems to believe and trust that this is a draw, but with the pawn on e5, maybe it's a little bit easier for white to target these pawns.
Yes.
Okay, so now it's up to late King G to come up with a plan. There's a good chance she will take the pawn. But as you said, actually, Niusha, I think she's considering f5. I would be surprised to see it.
Yeah, yeah, I think so.
Very, very surprised. Because it's the only way to make sure the center stays closed.
Yeah, I agree. Because of the two bishops, you mean?
Yeah, black has a knight and wants to maintain, a closed center. Another thing is the F file would open up. So we can go over this line real quick just for people to see. The F5 file would be open, and I think black would be very happy in this case because if the rooks come off... Oh, knight f6 was played instead. But if the rooks come off, yeah, it's not so bad. This pawn will be a permanent or semi-permanent weakness, and if white wants to get rid of the knight, it's just going to connect the pawns again. The king is close enough to the pawns to defend. But let's see. Knight f6 was played.
Knight f6. Yeah, we didn't expect that.
Nope. Do you leave it? Do you take? Do you push? What should you do?
Let's see. I guess I will just leave it like that. I'm not going to take it immediately.
Yeah.
Because that's what black wants, I guess. To just bringing the knight to e4 square and then maybe playing f5. So maybe I will just keep it like this and maybe rook to c8 now. I don't know. With the planning of playing c5.
Yeah, chat even suggested this f3, f5 idea. I didn't like it too much. It just seemed very counterintuitive. You don't want to cause weaknesses on purpose, right? g4 looks good. g4 looks great, if anything. Yeah. I would want to play g4 in this position for sure.
Really?
I would. I'm an avid pawn pusher. Yeah, if there was a support meeting for pawn pushers, I would be like the main member. I think I'd be the president of that club. I honestly push my pawns unprovoked too often.
Cool.
Cool. Love it. Yeah. Oh, this idea of pushing c5 could work then. So one of the suggestions with the engine is rook a to c8. And this could often mean a nice idea for black to open up the c file, but white could simply just get the king safe. Rook a to e8.
Yeah.
Alrighty. I think it'll be a long game.
Why this move?
Well, the king is on e7, and I think black has some idea that the center might open soon. And to avoid any threats on the king, you want to maybe get a castled situation, like self-castle, castle by hand, and rook e8 is one way to do that. Make sure the rooks stay connected. Also, once you move the king, it's defending the square. And now with bishop c4, it's stopping the king from moving.
Oh yeah, you're right. Very good move, bishop c4.
I like it. Humpy is playing very, very well here. And now I'm not entirely sure what the next move should be. Maybe just defend the pawn and go ahead with the same plan.
Or maybe just change it to king to f8 instead of d8.
True. You could also do this. The rooks would be temporarily disconnected, but yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I was also thinking about after king to f8, then maybe she can bring the rook from h5 to the game somehow.
Or rook h5.
So,
okay.
Maybe
like
it works.
I like it a lot because then maybe c5 works. I agree.
Yeah.
I like it a lot. Yeah, your king of 8 might actually work then. I mean, king g8, king h7 is another plan, hiding the king over there
Hmm.
for now.
Yeah.
But again, yeah, this pawn becomes a big problem. Wow. And that's the thing about chess. Posing questions to your opponent, creating problems in the position, and they have to be in like permanent problem solving mode.
Yeah.
So how is the decaf treating you?
Yes, I will show you.
Oh, let's see.
It's almost finished, but
Ah.
yeah, I'm trying to enjoy it.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever had decaf. So tastes like coffee, but no effects of
Yeah,
caffeine. Okay.
the taste is almost the same, but yeah, without any effects, but just it's like you get the feeling
You get the feeling, the high. Oh dear.
that you need to open your eyes and go to sleep.
Oh, I see. Okay, okay. Yeah, I definitely understand that. Man, decaf. I need to start, in solidarity, I should just buy a ton of decaf and enjoy it. Yeah,
Yes.
but I get that. Oh, okay. The other rook went to f8. Same idea, wanting to relieve the
Oh,
king of its duties. Because once the king gets away, let's just say, for instance, king b1, right? So then king to d8, maybe, I don't know, something like, let's say g4, some ridiculous move. Then I think rook e7, and then idea is to just pile up the rooks on this file. Because one, you're defending the
mm,
pawn. Two, the rook is not stuck behind its own pawn. And this could definitely be one of the plans for black going forward. Because in positions like this, you don't have a direct way to fight for an advantage, and you also don't want to push your pawns too far up the board. So you're going to maneuver your pieces around a bit, improve the placement of them, but it's tough.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who would you prefer to play with here?
Uh, yeah. I don't know. It's not easy.
Yeah, h4 is on the board.
H4. Okay, interesting. Why is H4?
Hmm.
Um,
So maybe to prepare for the endgame. No, I think maybe the idea is to also stop a future g5. I'm
yes, I
thinking.
think so. I was going to say that
Yep.
because then G4, G5, G4, maybe it will be interesting for black to just
Oh,
trade this double pawn and yeah.
true. I agree. A nice prophylactic move here. I worry about the safety of the pawn, but maybe white has some ideas of just defending it with the bishop or bringing the rook back to h1. And the king has moved. The king has been relieved of protecting this pawn on f7, and late king g is definitely going to try and activate this rook somehow later on.
Yeah.
I also feel like this move h4 allows black some ideas maybe later to activate the knight. King c2 is interesting.
Yeah. I don't get it, but yeah, it looks interesting.
Exactly, bishop g3 someone mentioned, and I think just bishop e1 might be played in in response, just because I think white wants to exchange this bishop. White is very happy. Another thing is bishop here, bishop to b4. So these two moves would be the options maybe for white, at least what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
But again, now it's black to move, and I think players will slowly go down on time, and we might see another scramble. I think for a fact there'll be some tactics that will be seen, some will be missed, things will happen, pieces will fly. Yeah,
Knight to d5.
it's nice. I like it. And now this
Yes.
plan that was suggested in chat, bishop g3, might work.
Yeah.
Might actually work. because you're still putting pressure on e3, you're forced to play rook to h1 maybe, and bishop e1 after that. But now the rook is eyeing this pawn. So
Yeah.
white is creating some problems for himself. For herself.
Yes. Yeah.
Do you think she'll take?
Yeah. E- e- I don't think so because then there will be a problem which she will keep her bad bishop against a good bishop, as I feel, and then I don't think so. I mean, I don't like taking the knight, but at the other hand, the knight is very active, so maybe she has to take it to avoid losing the pawn on e3.
a3 was played. Okay. Making some slow progress on the queen side.
I guess I know why a3.
Yes.
Maybe now she wants to take the knight, and after pawn takes, then bishop to b4, and then, but then e3 will be the problem.
True. True. But at least she can take back with the rook, so your plan still works with bishop e4, because that way, you know, the minor pieces are off the board. Pawn structure is still okay for both sides, and it would be
Yeah.
very drawish. Like, I think we're going to go into our second set of tie breaks. I don't know what you think, Niusha.
Yeah, actually, I was thinking about, is Humpy happy with drawing with white against Lane, and then going for the blitz, or she is more likely to risk something to have her chance to win this game? I'm not really sure because it's not easy to win this position for both of them, and yeah. But I really want to see Blitz games coming.
Ooh, yeah, I also want to see these Blitz games. They'll be wild,
It
wild, wild.
it really looks like penalty in football.
Yeah, penalties. Yeah, exactly. That's a great comparison, honestly. Wow. Yeah, I agree with that. And I think that there's also this required mental shift by the players because you're going from classical to rapid. And that in itself is a really big jump. Then, if you
Yeah,
make it through and it's a draw, then you have to make this mental shift from rapid to blitz. And I think that's even harder because you often think, okay, I'm pacing myself well, you know, I don't have to worry too much about the clock, I have time, but that time depletes so quickly. Like a blink of an eye, you really have no time to think and you have to rely on your intuition even more. So it would be nice to see, of course.
yeah, true.
But it's not over, still lots of pieces on the board. And I am excited to know what Black's next move will be.
Maybe she will now choose to take on f3. Oh yeah, she did it.
Oh, she did do it. Wow. So taking on f3, and then with rook takes f3 probably here is forced, right? Otherwise you're losing a pawn on e3, and this is a very important pawn.
Yeah, yeah, I think so.
Then we
And then
might...
by taking with the rook, sorry,
Go ahead.
say, yeah, with taking with the rook, she is also looking somehow to f7 pawn, which is
True. Yeah, I was looking at exactly the same thing. Yeah, we are in sync there. I think doubling up the rooks is going to be tough for black. And black is not easily going to play a move like f5, maybe f6. But this is where this move, this brilliant move that we were sort of frowning upon earlier, like h4 is going to come in handy. Because the thing that black wants to play f6 and g5. And now that it's not possible with h4, that's why we're seeing f5 on the board. And I mean, look at how dangerous this is going to be if this bishop is not covering that square. So maybe we'll even see a bishop e1. So take first. Now my idea is to take bishop e1 and then eventually try and trade it and go after this g6 pawn. So that could definitely be one way forward. But now there's a very beautiful square for the rook on e4.
Yes.
So do you exchange on d5? I don't know.
It's not so easy to choose between taking or not, just leaving it like this.
Exactly. Another very strange idea here, g4, and just hoping to pick up some of the pawns later on, right? Something like this. And now you're going after like maybe bishop d3 or e4 first. Knight somewhere.
e4 looks nice.
Yeah, knight somewhere. e5. Bishop e7 and rook g1.
Okay.
Picking
Looks
up the casualties. Very interesting. I think this is going to happen. She's spending some time on the clock. They're dipping below 5 minutes. And I was actually discussing this with chat the other day. I was like, it is a black hole. There are some black holes in like the chess time control that I think between having 20 minutes and 15 minutes, it feels like 1 second. And between having 5 minutes and like 2 minutes, that also feels like 1 second. Like this time just goes so quickly. And I've seen this happen so many times in so many games. So now that Humpy has less than 5 minutes, let's see if this black hole is actually in action.
Yeah. Let's see.
Catching up with chat. Rapid is an 800 meter of chess. Yeah, it's not a sprint. You're going 2 times around the track. It's a very long run. You have to pace yourself well. Bishop d5. Yeah, we went over bishop d5. It would be nice to get rid of the knight, but then the light squares become weaker, right? Tripling the pawns is an Irish pawn formation in England. English pawn formation in Ireland. Chat is very funny. I'm enjoying this. So g4 was one of the tries and she didn't go for it. She brought the bishop back instead. Humpy Canero also playing quite conservatively here, and understandably so. Wondering why the suggestion is putting the rook here. And maybe the idea is to... I was thinking e4, g4 again, but yeah, not so sure. Too many weaknesses.
Yeah, true.
A lot of eyes to be kept on. Yeah, so 3.5 minutes for Humpy Canero and just under 5 minutes for Lei Ting. And as we mentioned here, it's going to be really tough to maintain control over these squares where the pawns have moved so much. Like e3 is weak, cannot really move forward. h4 is weak, cannot at all move forward. And maybe we'll find a way for white to play something like g3 supporting the h4 pawn. But you also don't want to just continue moving pawns forward. Maybe king d2 as well.
Yeah, king to d2 is also interesting.
Bishop d5 was my idea instead of rook takes f3, but my game moved on. Oh, yeah, giving up the bishop for the knight was a definite idea, but e4 would have been so weak though. That's the only reason why I wouldn't take. Otherwise, I would prefer, yeah, I mean, I would prefer to capture it and just go into an opposite bishop ending. Oh, not opposite bishop, it would be the bishops of the same color. f5 hangs with check.
Oh, yeah.
True. Yeah, that would be cool to see. Let's quickly try and figure things out. So maybe one plan would be to play rook here and then h5.
And if he takes, then...
If knight takes, Then you take the pawn and you pick up the knight. But then you lose
Yeah.
e3. Yeah, it's Oh, what about h5 now? Oh, but you still lose e3. So king d2 first.
Yeah.
Why not king d2? What happens on king d2? Why does the engine hate it? Rook e3.
Oh, maybe because of taking, yeah, and then bishop to f4.
Ah, okay. I see this. I see it. Bishop d2 is forced. Right. Wow. Tactics. Tic-tacs. And now h5 is a threat.
Yeah, h5 looks very interesting.
You think they'll repeat moves? Okay, they repeated twice already.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So bishop d2, and this could be the third time this position has appeared. Another thing, yeah, I don't know, like putting the rook on h3 could work. But otherwise, this is a draw. This is a draw.
I can't wait to see a draw.
Yeah. Oh, bishop d2 is on the board. We might see a draw, chat. And they've reached move 30. Going to the 10 plus 5 rapid portion. It is a draw. And they agreed on a draw.
Okay. Yes.
Wow.
Wow.
Big wow, big wow. All right, so they drew both of the games in the first rapid portion chat. And going into the second, they'll be competing with a time control of 10 minutes aside plus 5-second increment. We'll probably see them back at the board maybe in 10 to 15 minutes, though it's really hard to tell. So I usually just double check on the main broadcast to see when players are seated. But what are your thoughts now that they have 2 draws?
Yeah, I was actually expecting that because, yeah, most games were very cold and solid. So, yeah, I was really expecting that. And, yeah, let's see what will happen in the next rapid game, which will be like, as you said, it will be plus 5 seconds or?
Yeah, 10 minutes plus 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it will be more interesting. And
Indeed.
in time trouble, they will have more troubles.
Exactly. We'll be back very soon, guys. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be going on a break.
Yes.
Sorry, we're fashionably late, guys, but we are back and we are ready to see some more exciting chess. You see, Leighton G is back with the white pieces, and again, we're seeing another Italian.
Yeah, that's true. It's another Italian, just like the first match. And yeah, again, H3 is playing. It feels like it's almost the same, right? Yeah, it's almost the same. Even A5 is played.
Yes, I agree. I just need to make sure there isn't any echo or anything like that, so maybe you can run us through the game so far while I just figure things out, little technical things.
Okay, yes, sure. I can't see the board anymore, but wait a second.
No problem.
Oh, I need to bring the board. Sorry, everyone, for
Not at all.
this.
It's probably important to have the board up.
Oh yes, now I have the board. So
Brilliant.
okay, Humphrey played knight to e3 here. I mean, Lei, she's white, and yeah, this looks very natural, and maybe black can take on e4. I'm not sure, or d4 is also possible. What do you think, guys?
Yeah, so we can probably go back to the start of the game just to see how this is a little bit different to the last one that we had. It seems fairly the same, right? I mean, we see this early a5 and h3 with the idea of bishop to b5 attacking. And now we see
Yeah.
d5, and quickly this knight has rerouted itself to e3 rather than the previous g3 that we saw. So now they're taking... Oh, she took exactly what you sort of predicted here.
Oh yeah, that's right. And now it's like somehow the center is more open, and yeah, I think it's also a very easy position for both of the players to play. Maybe white a little bit easier because maybe she can play knight to d5 and having the center and just finishing the development, bringing the bishop, black bishop to e3 maybe, or d2.
Yep. Okay, I think so too. And this reminds me a lot of the game between, I think it was Divya and Tan Zhongyi, where she was able to exchange queens, but it was more like in the opening, and get the king in the center and so on, but this d file was open very, very early. And now with this idea of queen c2, rook d1, that could mean, that black is sort of forced to move the queen off of the d file as well. But it might be easier for white to find a square, like c2 or e2. But with the queen being on e7, white's knight could be dominating these squares quite quickly then.
Yes.
So I'm wondering here what the next couple of moves would look like. I think queen c2 would be played very, very quickly, perhaps. And this game is still in the master database. The common moves played were a4, knight to g4, queen to c2, and a few other various moves according to the database. So we'll see one of these moves being played shortly. I don't really like knight g4 all that much. It does make sense to put pressure on the e5 pawn, but bishop could also take probably if it really wanted to.
Oh, she did play knight to g4.
Yes.
Okay. So I was going to vote for queen to c2 as you mentioned, but yeah, it's I also didn't prefer knight to g4 if I was white.
Yeah. So knight g4 is probably still part of her preparation. What do you think?
Yeah, maybe, and yeah, because maybe black would expect queen to c2 or something like that. But knight to g4 is not much more common. So maybe now she's thinking of even if she should take the knight or maybe play something else.
Yeah, I was wondering exactly the same thing. Yeah, I'm thinking, let's just quickly see. Just fixing some of the audio things in the background. Let's quickly see. Yeah. All right, that way we'll be able to get your microphone, hopefully your microphone working properly there. Because, yeah, it was between, you have a lot of microphone sources, it seems, like your webcam, your AirPods, and so on. So
Oh yeah.
hopefully we're back.
This is now my AirPod. Yes, I guess. Is it now fine? Or?
It's perfect. It's much better, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
I'm really happy. Thank you so much for the raid. I can see in chat as well. Appreciate it. Welcome, everyone. We are commentating on the FIDE Women's World Cup, which is happening live in Batumi. This is the semi-final tiebreak between Hampi Canero and Lei Ting-ji. And it is the second tiebreak. They drew the first one, so now they're on to 10 minutes and 5-second increments. So things are getting heated over here.
Yeah.
Hi. Yes.
Hello, everyone.
So knight to f6 was the last move that was played, and it looks like black decided to take the knight that was sitting on g4 and put some pressure on the pawn on g4. But I think this pawn will go forward. What do you think? White will push?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, g5 looks very interesting to me. Trying to open the king side, maybe having some attacks coming for white. Oh, they
traded queens. Wow, a lot of peace, today. Pieces and peace. I'm thinking that this could even happen.
Oh, g5.
Wow.
Interesting.
Wow. Not at all. What
That
would
doesn't let white to play g5 anymore.
Yeah, I did not expect this. King f1. Okay. I think they're playing with us. I mean, they're both playing so fast, and it's moves we wouldn't even consider firsthand. I think it's going to be incredibly difficult to predict. Maybe
Yeah.
f3 will be played and that will surprise us too. Who knows? Yeah.
Again, F3.
Yeah, f3 in every single game. It seems to be the trend, the ongoing trend. Like bishop
Yeah.
e3 and then f3 and all these ideas. And somehow the knight will come back. Because the knight, I think it wants to sit on a square like f5. And in order to get there, it has to go to f1 and then to possibly e3 or g3 and then to f5. So f3 is on the board, exactly as predicted. Bishop e3 will be played at some stage because this is a very strong bishop for black.
Yeah, that's true. And white will prefer to exchange it, of course.
Yeah, most likely. Most likely. Just to get to a very comfortable situation, because where else is this bishop going to go? It can't go to d2, e3 is the only square, and maybe black will follow up with doubling the rooks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so they're asking who's Niusha. So you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, I can. I am Niusha. Hello, everyone. Sorry, I'm not reading the chat at the moment, but I'm a woman candidate master. Currently, at the moment, I'm in Dubai, but I'm living in Spain. So I'm a chess coach and content creator, and yeah, that's it for. uh,
Amazing, love the intro.
thank
Yeah, you can follow her on her Twitch channel and on Instagram. Definitely recommend. Let's quickly see if this command is working again. I think it should work probably. There we go. Our stream is today. And TikTok. You're on TikTok?
Yeah. Yes, I'm also on TikTok.
Yes, on TikTok. Okay, I need to follow you on TikTok. Wow. Alright, so now it's black to move. I mean, black has two knights. Hampi Canaro has two knights in this position, and it's not so bad because it's a closed position. For sure, black will want to retain these knights for some good use. Maybe playing h5 at some stage.
Yeah.
White's plan is very simple, redirecting the knight.
But still, the bishop on c1 looks not really good to me, and I prefer to exchange it as soon as possible with the bishop on c5.
Exactly. I think the bishop on c5 is one of black's biggest assets at the moment, and with bishop e3, which could be played at any time. White isn't rushing anything here. I like the king on e2. The king is a really nice piece there on e2. A little bit worried about the future of the light squared bishop though. Yeah. Thank you so much. I'm getting a coffee top up. Oh, I'm the happiest I've ever been in my life. Life is good again. I can hear that things are getting quite busy there at the cafe.
Yeah, you can hear it?
Yeah, we can hear the music and
Oh,
the kerfuffles. No, it's great. It adds to the ambiance. I'm enjoying
okay.
it.
I
Yeah,
hope it's not annoying for the audience.
yeah, we can get some feedback. But I'm glad to see you are in chat now, and we have a move on the board,
Yeah,
King to G7.
I just joined the chat.
Great. We've been missing you. Honestly, you've had to join. You have to join. This is what it's all about. Of course, if there are some questions on YouTube, please do forward it to us here on Twitch. I don't have the YouTube chat open. Yes, that is an emote of my mum who made me a beautiful cup of coffee.
Oh, really?
She's incredible. Yeah, I mean, this is the perk of being at home, right? It's so nice. Yeah.
So cool.
Yeah, she's awesome. Alright, so the knight went to f1. It's probably going to find some solace here on a square like g3, or maybe we'll see bishop e3 first. I think bishop e3 will be
Yeah,
played.
I also agree with bishop to e3, yes.
The evaluation of this position, though, Niusha, is that white is slightly better, though I'm failing to see exactly where this advantage is, perhaps in just the piece placement. Maybe it has to do with the pawn structure or something like that, but somehow the engine prefers the white pieces here.
Yeah, I guess maybe because of yeah, actually it's not easy to say, but maybe because of the knight which is planning to come to f5 or h5 maybe, uh, and then the bishop is going to trade with the c5 bishop. So white has like much easier position to decide what she is going to do. Maybe I think that's why, but it's not very clear to me that why is this advantage for white
That's
at the
true.
moment.
One of the suggestions is maybe it's a bishop pair, but the bishop pair doesn't seem to be utilized all that well. I'm thinking that the bishop on c1 seems more like a liability at this stage, because it's stopping the rooks from being connected. It doesn't have a super square at the moment. I mean, e3, and then it would be bishop and knight versus two knights. So maybe you're right. Lei Ting has more time at the moment, so she can sacrifice maybe a minute or two to consider her options. But again, it's important to note that they don't have a lot of increment. It's now cut down in half. They have 5-second increment per move, and that is not a lot of time. Knight e3 has been opted for, and h5 immediately played.
h5.
I think... Oof, I don't even know what I think here.
Yeah, it's not easy.
Yeah, I 100% believe that this pawn is going to get captured. And after knight takes, king takes, black has solved their sort of immediate problems of like space on the king side. But after rook h1, I mean, we can probably take a look at it for a second, right? So after takes, knight takes, king takes, rook h1 check. Or maybe even not. I think rook h1 check is fine. King g6. And bishop e3. Bishop e3. Bishop a4.
Maybe not. Yeah, maybe bringing the other bishop somehow to this side of the board.
Yeah, it's saying that like maybe bringing the bishop back this way is good, but what happens after this? Oh, you have a pawn in trouble here. So rook b6, and it's going to be hard to defend. Okay, I understand. So coming back a couple moves, maybe... Okay, bishop a4 first. d6, and then... No, you don't want to give up the d2 square. Oof. And this is why we leave chess up to the pros. But for some reason, it gave this evaluation like an incredible +1.5 here for white.
Yes. Oh, it's going even more, I guess.
Yeah, it has caught up. It has caught up with the moves at the moment, and white is a pawn up. White is a pawn up, and a very convincing pawn at that. Because at the moment, if we just go back and see what moves we missed really quickly, it was h5, bishop c4, attacking the rook. Rook has to move, right? The rook doesn't really have a choice, and now f7 falls. Very nicely spotted there by Lei Ting. And after king to h6, rook h1 check, and this king is really not looking too good. It's not looking too happy because look at this pawn. This pawn is going to fall really quickly if black doesn't do anything about it. I suppose there is rook g6. I suppose there is king to g6, but yeah, this is not a happy king right now.
Yeah.
But I wonder why it doesn't allow this to happen. What's happening? For some reason, it's like a really bad move, but I'm trying to figure out why.
Yeah.
Rook b1, a4. Oh, g4. Right, because the
Correct.
pawn is falling. That's why the pawn is falling.
Oh yeah,
Um,
G4 rook
yeah.
H5.
So the point is you want to put the rook on h5. These rooks are very disconnected. It's going to be like impossible to get it back in time to stop it. But it looks like g5 is falling as well. So at least this way, black manages to save the pawn, or not save the pawn, but exchange it. Right? It was a weakness, and now I wonder if it was better to take it. Apparently rook h5 was not a bad try. Trying to attack the e5 pawn. But b3 has been played. And after takes, I worry about the king safety here. Oh my gosh, Niusha,
Yeah.
wow, because bishop g5 is coming, rook
Okay.
g1 is coming, like, I'm a little bit
I
concerned.
love to be white here. I really want to be white here.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully and luckily enough, like this is only the first tiebreak game in 10+5. Like if things go Lei's way, then I think Humpy Canero is going to be really under pressure for the next game.
Yeah, that's true.
Hi chat, hi. That's definitely 10-second increment, not 5. Oh, is it 10+10? I'm really sorry if I lied to everyone. Yeah, that would be very rude of me actually. Let me check. I have the regulations with me. Let's check. Yes, you're right, it's 10+10. I'm so sorry. Niusha, chat, I'm so sorry. It's my fault. Honestly, I should be condemned as a commentator. I don't deserve this. Lichess says 10+10. I should check these things, right? Yeah, exactly. The time control is like literally on screen at the bottom. Yeah. My apologies.
What's happening here?
Oh dear.
I mean, Humphrey had another mistake, I guess.
Yeah, let's see what actually happens. So knight g6, king f6. Oh, is that losing a piece? Because rook g1 is not even possible because the bishop's covering g1. So perhaps the idea is simply
Rook
to
F5.
push the king away. King e7, rook f7 check. Like maybe it's mate.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a mate.
It looks.
But
There
this is
are
also...
lots of options for white.
Yeah, exactly. But I think black is definitely losing an exchange, at least in this position. And being down a pawn and an exchange might just mean the end of the game very, very soon. Exactly. Thanks, Screws. Oh, wow. Well, Tani is also like an old auntie in Dutch, right? Or like tante?
They say tante. They
Yeah,
say tante.
tante, right. Yeah, in Afrikaans, Tani, but I think the like proper Afrikaans as well as tante. Yeah. Then I guess I am a tante for forgetting the time control. Yeah, Humpy Canary is now sitting with 2 minutes on the clock. Unfortunately, this could mean just one game down and Lei leading the match so far. Okay, rook e7 stops it momentarily. But maybe still check, right? I think this idea...
I'm analyzing this after rook f5, king e7, maybe just rook f7 check, and then there should be something.
Right. Yeah, maybe another way to go is check with the bishop. Rook h7 and bring the other rook. But I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, another suggestion, f4. Oh, f4 is very nice because you're attacking the bishop on c5.
Oh wow, yeah, true. That was very nice.
Wow. We're being rickrolled. Not today. Not today. But Rick Astley would be very honored to be used as an example here in this situation. 3.5 minutes. Probably still looking with a poker face over here. Late G knowing that it's slightly better for her, if not slightly very much better for her. I mean, it sucks that this rook can't go to g1. I think the game would have ended a lot quicker in that regard. Of the 3 remaining competitors, who is your favorite to win? Wow. Yeah, I think Divya has a pretty good chance. She has an extra day of rest. I think Leighton G has shown massive tenacity. Honestly, between the 3 players, it would be almost impossible for me to choose. Between like Humpy Kineru, Leighton G and Divya Deshmukh, I think if we were to take experience into regard more than anything else, maybe her, I think Humpy Kineru has a pretty good chance to win it, regardless of this result here. Do Divya's chances increase as this tiebreak grows longer? No, I don't think so, just because tomorrow is a rest day anyway. And yeah, rest will not be the issue. I think, if anything, it might have benefited Divya to play today rather than sit out, but for sure she's watching this match, resting and preparing for the matchup to come. So I would more likely ask her the question of not is she rested, but who is she hoping to win this tiebreak? Who does she want to play in the final? That's an even bigger question. I think she would opt for Leighton G just because it's really tough playing against a teammate, maybe someone you've looked up to for a really long time, and maybe on the other hand, she could be choosing Humpy Canary because she's familiar with her play. She's familiar with her preparation and so on. So yeah, it could go either way. That's true. Maybe that was the strat all along. Maybe the fact that Divya would have less time. Well, actually, I don't know. Like, I forgot that these players have seconds working behind the scenes, cooking something up, you know? So that's a really good point. I hadn't considered that. Very, very good point. Yeah. Pull a McLaren and get the 1-2. That would be cool. P1, P2 for India. Hell yeah. But winner of this match is already, well, not even already secured, because there's still a match between third and fourth, right, for World Cup, but not World Cup candidates, goodness me. But I think, yeah, the winner of this matchup is secured a spot in the candidates. Yeah. How many games have they played? This is their third game today. The 2 tiebreak games in the beginning were draw. Very, very quiet draws. And Niusha, did the advantage like drastically decrease? I feel like there was a moment where, like a very critical moment that was missed maybe.
Yeah, actually f4 was not a good option here for white. But I really don't know what was the best move here. I was
so apparently
trying to figure it out.
Yeah, apparently it was to go with the rook. Perhaps the plan is to, you know, protect the rook from this, right? So now the bishop is free to move after rook f7. There's bishop e3, and you're threatening to just trade off and into a winning endgame. But something similar was played. Suggestion with bishop to f8. It's not all over. It's not all over, chat. I mean, we're really good at jinxing things, right? Rook takes h6 and knight f4 check was the way to go. Was it? Let's quickly check. That seems a bit far-fetched. Yeah, that seems a little bit far-fetched, right? Bishop f8 was the perfect move to play for black. Almost equal now. Yeah. If this ends in a draw,
Yes.
I wonder if we should have some sort of ongoing bet or dare with chat. So if it ends in a draw, we have to like sing karaoke or something.
Actually, I was going to mention something in both games where Lei was white. The first game, she missed the sacrifice, which she had more advantage, and now again, she is somehow losing her advantage, which maybe it's not a good sign for her.
Not a good indication, but these players are sitting with a very tough task, and they're below a minute at the moment with 10-second, not 5-second, 10-second increment. Sorry about that. I was obviously just testing the audience to see if they were paying attention. And yeah, they're playing on mere seconds at the moment. Like sitting with 1 minute on the clock, you're gonna force yourself to think really fast. And
Yes.
here, this bishop to f7 check was a very nice intermezzo, making sure to keep the pawn, that extra pawn. And possibly going for another pawn, but opposite color bishops once again here, Niusha.
Yeah. Yeah, again, opposite colors bishops. Yeah. I guess it will be also another draw.
A lazy conversion. I see what you did there. Very funny. Oh my gosh. But like I said, Lichess needs to invest in like a soundboard so we can have sound effects when it comes to these things. Yeah, one single clap. Especially if Lei is in it. Humpy and Tan both have huge points in the season-long tournament for candidates' place and will likely be okay anyway. Lei doesn't. Oh, Lei needs this win then. Lei needs it. But didn't she come second in the candidates? It amazes me how she hasn't qualified yet. Yeah. Bishop f8, then knight f4. This will still be a struggle. I'm not sure if the engine fully understands opposite color bishops as much. I'm thinking no. Yeah. But we could be seeing another draw here, Niusha.
I have a question. After this match, if it will be a draw and they will have another rapid 10 plus 10,
Yes.
and then it will be a blitz 3 plus 2 or what?
So and I'm bringing up the regulations, even though I think I know the answer. I just been questioning my knowledge. So if both of the games end in a draw, then players will be going into a 5+3 blitz match of 2 games.
Okay.
Yep, and after that 3+2, and I believe it will be 3+2 until 3+2 sudden death until someone wins. Yeah.
I see.
As far as I'm aware. You dare question my understanding. Bishops of opposite colors, dangerous with rooks on the board. Yeah, okay. That makes things interesting. It gives me a little bit more hope. Though what am I hoping for? I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, we're just going to cross our fingers and our toes that there would be magic and fireworks and lightning. Very, very frightening. King e3.
Is there any chance for white to win this position? What do you think?
I think
How?
yes, maybe just liquidating the pawns here on the queen side, trying to create a situation where after b4 takes, white could come around and try to attack this pawn on the light square. And that way, I mean, this bishop seems very out of commission at the moment. It's stopping a very important pawn here on the g file, so it could be that white can go after this pawn eventually.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, I think the same. Maybe it will be the only chance to just try it.
Yeah.
Because, actually white has an extra pawn, so she has to try more options.
Precisely. And it could be very easy to mess up as well. But now b4 will come. I think b4 will be played next. There's a very good chance of this. b4. I mean, you can also play a waiting move. Rook e2 waiting move, yep. Waiting for black to commit to something, because black will have to move the rook or the king. And with 20 seconds on the clock, Humpy Canero doesn't have a lot of time to consider these things. Wow, okay. This was a huge commitment, because moving the king to a square like f6 does cause a lot of problems for the queen side here, and this allowed her in. And wow, Leighton G really found a great move, because it puts the ball in Humpy Canero's court here, and now Humpy Canero is able to create another passed pawn here on the queen side, which could in fact mean the difference between a win and a draw. And I think after, she took with the king, which I like. It maintains this g-pawn. And now this pawn is falling too. Bishop is protecting both b3 and g6.
Sorry.
Not at all,
Yeah.
Bless you, sorry.
Yeah, now it's getting more interesting. I mean, there are lots of chances for white again.
I love this comment, it's so funny. If 3+2 sudden death games keep getting drawn, the regulations say they can keep playing. So the players could get free hotel accommodation for life that way.
Yeah.
Sorry. That's good. Yeah. No, I mean, if there's like 50 games of Blitz, I think they should just do like an arm wrestling match at the end or something, or play rock paper scissors. It really, I feel like we'll get a good outcome after that. Take with the king, yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be impossible for black to protect. It looks to me that there was a transmission error, maybe, and no moves were made. It's either that or Humpy Canero has lost on time, though I definitely think some moves have been made. Marbles tiebreak spirit tradition. Yeah, for sure. That could work as well. Oh. Interesting that they don't have Armageddon anymore. I think it's a good thing. Do you think it's a good thing that they sort of did away with Armageddon?
Oh,
wow.
Jesse, look at this.
It is, yeah, that's it. That is probably the end of the road. Yeah, I mean, the result is in. Leighton G won this game, but I want to see exactly how it happened. I'm sad that we missed some of the action because of the transmission, but let's quickly see after bishop to f7, protecting the pawns. Maybe it became a little bit easier here. Look at this technique, though. Wow. Wow. Yeah, and this is just over after this move. Wow. All right, so... Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, nothing. It was just... I was just very excited about what happened now. And it was very nice technique by Lei that she could win this match. So... Yeah, it was very nice.
It's definitely going to give her a psychological edge going into the possibly the last tiebreak of this matchup. And I mean, if Lei secures a draw with black, this is our very own Armageddon, right? Because with black, if you win or you draw, you win the match. Same thing, like Humpy is in a must-win situation for them to proceed into the Blitz portion. So, I mean, it's tough that this was the result for Humpy, but I know for a fact that she's a tenacious player. She's going to fight back, and we might actually see, some fireworks at the board going into the last 10 plus 10. But we will probably take a break right now and come back when the players are seated for the next one. It seems they're taking quite extensive breaks between the games, and we'll let you know. Any last comments about this game, by the way?
Yeah, nothing. I should just wait for the next match and see if Humpy can win the game or not, because if it doesn't, then it will be over. So let's see.
Yeah, we'll try to come back.
What do you think?
Yeah, I'm saying like we're gonna. Sorry, go ahead. What was your question? Yeah, I got cut off.
What do you think? Can she just do it, and can she win the next match, or what do you think?
I think it's gonna be up to her opening choice. I think we might see something we haven't seen from Humpy. There's a very good chance she has some secret preparation, and she's just gonna whip out like the Joker card and be like, hey, I'm gonna play b3 on the first move. But I would love to know and have our predictions in before they start the game. So we'll be back, everyone. Don't go anywhere, and if you go somewhere, make sure to return, because you will not want to miss this potential last game. Yeah. All right. back after the break. It seems the players are now seated and are going into the potentially the final like tiebreak game, which is 10+10. What are your thoughts about this?
Yeah, very excited to see what will be the result and can't wait. I still prefer that it lasts longer for seeing Blitz games.
Yeah,
But yeah, let's see. Because now maybe it will be a little difficult too.
that's true. And we are here as the moves come in. We have a d4, d5 on the board. And yeah, exactly what we saw in the previous tiebreak matchup where Humpy Canero played with the white pieces, and this is exactly the kind of position they reached, right? With the Slav. I'm going to bring up the master database so we can also keep an eye on how many times this position has appeared. But yeah, we have a normal Slav structure. What do you usually play against d4?
Against d4, I usually play knight f6, so I will go for Ninja in the end somehow.
Ninja.
But yeah, I used to play d5 too, so I'm a little flexible in both openings.
Okay. That's awesome. Yeah, I see that it's sort of like a Tarash structure that Leighton G is going for here with knight to c6. It's also interesting to see her go from c6 to c5. So not immediately going c5, but waiting rather to see what white is up to. And Humpy Canero plays b3. And this makes her intentions quite clear here. She wants to put the bishop on b2. She wants to maybe even play bishop to d3. And there was a quick exchange here on d4. And we'll see that this square e5 might be utilized by white a little bit later.
Yes, that's true. Um, yeah, I mean, she can just follow maybe some normal moves, playing bishop to d3, knight g5, maybe next bishop to b2, as she played.
Exactly. Yep. And now probably bishop e7 or bishop to d6. Okay, bishop e7 was played. And followed by what I'm thinking here, even rook c1 first. Because maybe you want to put the bishop on d3, but you don't want to run into knight to b4 when the rook is still on a1. You want to put the bishop on b1 perhaps. So something like rook c1 could be very, very normal here, followed by castles and then bishop to d3. Because after knight to b4, there's bishop e1.
Yes, that's true.
Oh, so she played bishop d3 anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then after knight to b4, she should just go bishop to b1 if she wants to keep the bishop.
Yeah, I was also wondering what the deal is with that. So maybe
Pieces.
she doesn't actually mind it at all.
So maybe now rook to c1 is an option.
What an interesting comment in chat. Come on, King's Horses and King's Men. Put Humpy back together again. And this is from Humpty Dumpty. But you sure you wanna compare Humpy Canary to this nursery rhyme? Wow, 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 wow! I did not expect that. Love it though.
Now she's following your what you mentioned, rook to c1.
Yeah, I'm very happy that she's going for this eventually. And it's nice to keep the rook, you know, active and not have to worry about it later with the bishop on b1. So this is much easier to play, I believe, for the white pieces. So I'm hoping that, you know, Humpy Canero is going to prevail eventually. We might see a bishop a6, actually. I think bishop a6 is possible here. Bishop a6 in some instances.
And maybe white should castle or...
Yeah, but we can go back to the live quickly. I might actually switch up your audio input if that's okay, or I can do noise gate. See if that helps a little bit. Do you mind doing like a testing for us?
Yeah. Is it now better? Because I guess if they are both on, oh, now it's not good. Or if they're both on AirPods, is it better or what is it? Is it
Oh,
now better?
yeah, I put on the noise gate just to see if that would help.
Now I can maybe just put both of them on.
How is it now?
Oh, a little bit better, yes. I do prefer that. Yes.
Okay, great.
Super. Okay. Yeah, so castles happened as you suggested. And I do like. Who would you play with here? White or black?
Yeah, I go for white. I like the bishops. I like the position. Looks more natural to me.
Yeah, I agree with you here. It does feel a lot more natural. Queen is now on e2, rook d1. And again, x-ray vision towards the queen. Queen is probably going to play c7 very, very soon.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe even not c7. Because there's another rook sitting on the c file as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what do you think black is going to do here?
Yeah, I was thinking about maybe queen to c7, but I'm not sure because then it's facing the rook somehow, and yeah, which makes me. Oh yeah, she played rook to e8.
Rook e8.
Was my second option. Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thinking
and
about...
maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Maybe.
sorry.
Go ahead.
Maybe she wanted to play. She wants to play bishop to f8 and then, or bishop to d6 to play e5 next to
I
open the
like that.
center.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, because I think that white definitely wants to put a knight on e5 later, if that's even a possibility for her. Another way forward is just repositioning the knight, bringing it to a better square. Knight f1 was played. Yeah, so knight f1 was played in the end. But I agree. I think this bishop is going to go back to f8, maybe even this idea of putting the bishop on g7, just because with the knight sitting on g3, you want to stop it from being able to move forward. And the knight really doesn't have any prospects sitting on g3 with the pawn on g6 for black.
Yeah, true.
Yes. So I'm a little bit surprised knight f1. Oh, nice. Good suggestion. So we've been on point with our suggestions so far this game. I like it.
Oh, great. Bishop f8. Okay.
Yeah.
But I was, yeah. Maybe now something has changed in my opinion, which is maybe black can take on c4. I don't know when, but then after that, putting more pressure on d4 pawn to attack the d4 pawn. And then at the other side is also opening the vice bishop diagonal.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a nice suggestion. I really like it, as well as what Chad said, and this is probably aligning, right? So if d takes c4, it opens up this diagonal for the light squared bishop for black, and that might be one of the main moves that he's considering, or she's considering rather. And I mean, after taking back, white could also want to push eventually and attack with the bishop. So it is a give and take, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But really nice suggestion. I like it. Do you think c5 might be played later?
Yeah, maybe it can be also one of the options for white.
Yeah. Yeah, we might see.
It's also interesting.
Yeah, going along, trying to open up the bishop knight to a5 might be played here as well. Attacking on b3 and c4, which would be tricky to defend. Maybe queen c2 after that, but you don't actually want to put your queen on the same file as the knight. So what would actually happen here? Knight back to d2. g6 is on the board.
G6. Okay. Why G6?
Yeah, again, with knight g3, it's not going to be easy for this knight to be activated. So, with the bishop challenging the b2 bishop, it could be good for black. But yeah, other than that, blocking the diagonal of this attack, maybe white's plan needs to change a little bit.
Yes.
But I'm not sure what's next.
After G6, it's the black squares, it's getting more weaker. I mean, if white can find a way to use these black squares, then maybe can find some ways to win.
Very nice, because someone suggested playing knight e3, and knight e3 was played almost instantly, so really nice prediction there by chat. Sorry for the really bad joke. Someone said, does Humpy have any seconds? And I said, many, more than 7 minutes on the clock.
Oh, she did play c5.
c5. Nice. I like c5. c5
Yeah.
feels right. If takes, would you take back with the pawn or the rook?
Very good question. I guess I will go for a pawn, taking with a pawn.
Okay. She did take with the pawn. Nice.
Yes.
I was only worried about the center. Like, you've given up both of your central pawns here, and black has 2 central pawns. But also, how does black use it? It's very difficult.
Yeah, but then in the other hand, it's 3 against 1, and
Yeah.
it's a pass pawn maybe. in
This is your
future,
favorite.
so yeah, yeah, exactly. And then I'm more happy because my bishop's diagonal is also open now, so the bishops are facing each other somehow.
I agree.
And
Yeah.
d4 is not a weakness anymore for white.
Sorry, d4, yes. d4 is no longer weakness. Pawns are connected. And I like what you said before that, like 3 against 1. Like, this is going to be so interesting to see. If Humpy is able to push the pawns, I think a5 is also important for black. Maybe now. Maybe not now. Maybe now. a5 is bad. Bad suggestion.
But why is bad? Because
Yeah.
if you don't play a5, then I can just go for b4.
I do like b4. This is the plan for white here. b4, b5, c6. Like, this looks so difficult to deal with. Wow.
Yeah.
There might have to be some sacrifices. Sacrifices need to be made. But when someone attacks you on the flank, you have to counter in the center. And I think black is, Leighton G is looking at ways in which to do so. I think with ideas of e5 and eventually e4, it's going to be equally difficult to deal with this than it is for Leighton G to deal with Humpy Canary's threat of b4, b5. So it depends on who's faster here. They usually say that the action in the center is always going to outweigh or prevail against that attack on the flank. So e5 is played, that's on the board. We have predicted this, chat, and it's exactly what we see on the board. I think e4 is going to definitely come a lot faster than our idea with Humpy Canary.
That's true.
So we might have to do something. Maybe we can try to neutralize some pieces on the queen side, or just move the bishop away, or bishop e1. Yeah.
I like bishop e5 more, I guess, because it's also looking forward to taking the knight on c6, and then we can also take the pawn on e5.
Yeah,
After.
exactly. Yeah, this pawn on e5 is going to be weak. And I think that's the thing about pushing pawns in the center, you're always going to leave some squares behind. So one, this pawn is weaker, and okay, we missed 2 moves. Bishop e5 was played. Well done. Nice,
Oh.
nice prediction. Yeah. And d4 was played just
I'm also
after.
getting ready for my tournament, so
Yes, you are. I'm so happy. That sounds like you want to play. So I'm hearing it. Chad is hearing it. We're gonna clip it and
No,
use
no,
it
no.
against you in a court of law.
Okay, I
Yeah.
will decide soon.
You'll decide soon. I understand. No pressure at all. Yeah, but I think myself and Chat, we will be supporting you through and through if you do decide to play it. And do you have a Discord channel, by the way?
Yes, I have, but it's like from long time ago, so I didn't have any. Yeah,
I
but I really wish to
understand.
come back and streaming
Yeah,
maybe one day.
oh, wow. Yes, I will definitely be one of your viewers. I don't think I've watched much of your stream in the past, but that's definitely going to change. Wait, let me check if I'm following you.
I don't know.
I have to. I think I am
Actually,
following
last month I had a very short stream,
you.
and I
Yeah.
was trying to come back, but oh my God, it's not easy. You should
No.
really have the time for it.
Yeah, you need to have the time, you need to have the energy and all these other things.
Exactly,
Okay.
exactly.
Yeah, I follow you now.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I'm surprised I wasn't following
I'll
you before.
follow.
What happened?
I'll follow you.
I'll follow you. Yeah, we're singing. Let's go. Oh, that's brilliant. I was like, what's happening? Yeah, I thought something crazy happened on the board, but no. Nisha is just opening up to us and we're having a great time. It was a very important now at the end of that sentence. But I'm surprised I wasn't before. But I follow you on Instagram and soon to be TikTok. I don't use TikTok all that much. I feel like it's a love-hate relationship. I delete it and download it constantly. So yeah, when I download it again,
Yeah.
100%.
Okay, great. I was also the same, but then I'm posting lots of things, so I need to have it.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so someone says that e5 is falling, and is it even defendable? That's a good question. Yeah.
Very good
So
question.
maybe it is falling. Do you think we should take on c6 first and then take on e5, or how should we proceed here?
Yeah, let me see.
But
I guess
c4 is
B4 is
yeah.
also one of the options because the C5 pawn is also not protected yet. So maybe we can just play B4 and then planning to take on C6 and then taking on E5. Because E5 will remain the weakness. I mean, there is no way for black to. I mean, I'm not sure, but black cannot play E4 for now. So
Yeah, e4 looks possible. I like it very, very much. It does make me worry a little bit that d4 is a bit sensitive. But for sure, white, like Humpy Canero has a little bit of time on the clock here, but b4 was played. B4 was played, securing this pawn chain, and something that my co-commentator from a couple days ago said, connect 3. Yes, connect 3. We're winning connect 3. We need one more pawn for connect 4 and the opponent can resign.
yeah, that's great.
Yeah, so
Okay.
we'll see here. But yeah, this is going to be a difficult pawn to protect. Though chat as well, I feel as though taking it could cause some problems because the rook is always going to be attacking the queen. You're putting yourself in a pin. So I'm not sure if it's a good idea.
Yeah, me neither. So let's wait for black because I don't see any clear, moves to defend e5 or what is coming. Knight to h5.
Ooh, nice try. Nice try by Lei Tinji. And I think the point is that if we take with the knight, that f6 is inevitable, though I can easily see a way to just stop that with queen to c4 and it's no longer a pin. And black is actually in danger of losing the game almost immediately there. So I think here... Ooh, do you think this would even work? I want to play it so badly, but it's probably bad. What
But
works
maybe you
here?
can just try knight takes e5 first.
Knight takes e5.
The other,
Oh, the other one?
the
Yeah, the other
other
one.
knight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Taking, queen e7, no, queen e7. Oh my gosh, I completely forgot about this.
Oh yeah.
Ouch.
Oh my god. One
Ouch.
looks.
Big
Oh my
ouch.
god.
Okay, I missed this. I don't know how it's not losing, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, but perhaps stopping the knight from just reaching the square first. Again, it's like a prophylactic building something up here because the pawn is not going anywhere. And if you stop the knight from making any progress, okay, that's exactly what Humpy Canary played here. It's b4 to stop the exchange of this pawn, or at least losing the pawn, and g3 to stop the knight from coming to f4. Black is running out of resources.
Yeah.
What to do now?
Very good question. What to do now?
Play good
I think,
moves.
yeah. Oh, knight to d2.
I
It's
like
very
it.
interesting.
Yeah,
Wants to bring the knight to e4. I like it.
me too. Yeah, this bishop feels a little dangerous. Yeah, the evil bar is going vroom, chat. Also, black trades a pair of knights on e5, queen c4. Check loses power because of black. Oh, black can interpose with bishop d5? No. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Because nothing is protecting the bishop, right? So if this bishop tries to interpose, what is really happening anyway? Connect 4 variant, where getting 4 pawns connected is an auto win, would be lots of fun. That's true, just like King of the Hill and all the other cool variants that exist. Knight e4 to plant a knight on d6. I think so. Mainly to attack the queen, but yes, future prospects putting a knight on d6 would be a W in so many aspects. Yeah, I agree. 2.5 minutes left for Lating G. Oh my gosh.
Oh, yeah.
Are we going to see a blitz off after this?
Yes. We will.
You seem so motivated. It's like, yeah, it's happening. Yeah, I like it. Before queen f6. Ah, I see. Before queen f6 because of f6. Oh, right, because the queen was still on d8. Right. That's true. Maybe you're right there. Then that would have been tough. What about bishop c4 check? Because if bishop here, yeah, maybe same thing. You're right. I was only thinking about the situation where if, okay, what was I thinking about? Okay, let's come back to the live position. We can take a look at it. I'll take a look at it later. I promise to not dismiss the idea. A knight e4 was played. Oh, wait. Hang on.
Queen e6.
Yeah, queen e6, I feel like there's something, because there's always this chance of knight e6 and bishop c4.
Yes, exactly.
Let's see what it
That's
recommends.
what I was thinking.
Bishop takes, c takes. Ah, c takes, rook takes. It actually suggests to give up the exchange for black.
Oh.
Goodness. That actually gives me chills right now. That's a huge advantage.
Yeah.
I think you have some very big fans in chat.
Really? I'm not reading the chat. What are they saying?
Very nice things.
Really?
Oh, I love it. Oh, yeah, I agree. Black will probably have to sack on d6 just because of the overwhelming advantage that white would have otherwise. So, you know, yeah, that's exactly what happened here. So knight will take, and if rook e7, I was considering, What was I considering? Because takes on rook e7 would probably not be good due to... Are you losing a piece?
Bishop to c4.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe you're losing a piece. Knight takes b7, rook takes b7, bishop takes c6, queen takes c6, queen takes e5. Ah, okay, and then the position starts to fall apart because the pawn is falling. So either way, you're losing this 2 pawns. Okay, that's exactly what happened. The exchange is now gone. And it's up to white to try and convert this. With 2 minutes on the clock, that's not going to be easy. Late G is not going to cave that quickly, and we've seen moments where Humpy Canary's had quite a convincing advantage in other games and somehow wasn't able to convert. Let's see if things will be different this time, which I'm sure they will be. I was even thinking of ways... Sorry, go ahead.
You chose rook to c5.
Yeah, rook c5. I like it. I really do.
Yeah.
Screws. What about c takes d6? C takes d6. It was probably the engine move, right? Because you have a passed pawn. But I think even just simplifying into that position was going to be the same. Whether you take with a pawn or the knight, like rook takes d6 was an automatic. Yeah.
Yes.
Tactics. Is this even better for white? I believe so. Yes. Alrighty. Okay, wait. There was something that happened on my screen directly after rook to e7. There was maybe a tactic. Because I was thinking here bishop takes, and then after that you have this chance of winning a pawn perhaps. Bishop takes d4, he takes d4, rook takes c6. Wow. Okay, so this was the plan, and after takes there was this crazy move.
Oh, this is very crazy.
Yeah, because now you're still the exchange up, but now you're also... I mean, what's the point here, right? This pawn is falling. This pawn is probably falling because you have a check and you're picking up the pawn. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
That's true.
But we missed a couple moves. And f6 is on the board. Bishop c4 check. And I understand because players are very low on time here. It is difficult to make.
Move here?
Difficult to make progress. Probably coming all the way back, right? Bishop c1. I would imagine. Or bishop d2.
Yes. Maybe she wants to play g4. It looks very crazy, but...
That was a quick exchange. That, the knight is gone. I think the rooks are going to double up really quickly, right? So rooks will double up. Knight's not going anywhere, so we don't have to worry about it for now. Then rook to c7 is a really nice way to also get rid of a pair of rooks. Because the more pieces that come off the board, the stronger white's material advantage is going to look and is going to be.
Yeah, true.
She missed bishop takes d4. It's a tough tactic to make work because it's not as straightforward, right? You had to see rook takes c6 at the end, which is not very easy.
Yes.
I need to stop reading chat. Niusha, take the chat away from me. I can't do this anymore.
What are they saying?
Crazy things. Crazy things. The knight is misplaced. You think so? Yeah, the knight is offside. He's benched at the moment. He's on vacation. He's like, coach, put me in. And coach is like, I can't, literally. Yeah. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. She means business. She's coming in hot. Evaluation went crazy, but I don't want to look at the engine right now. I've actually got the engine covered by chat. So I'm not looking at the moves, but I do want to know exactly what the plan is here. Maybe rook c7? Maybe...
Yeah. I think rook
Oh,
c7
can you
is
play
the best.
here? Oh, no, you can't.
Oh.
Can you? Wait, could you have... I'm just looking at
We
it.
couldn't.
It's probably crazy. No, it's losing. It's losing. Chat, don't have to worry. It's losing. Okay, queen c4 was perfect. Yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Time for the white queen to infiltrate on the queen side. Exactly what you mentioned there. We're not as good at chess as Stockfish, but we're a lot more fun. That's true. Name one Stockfish engine that is able to make the kind of jokes that we've been making so far. I do not think you would pass. Yeah. Rook takes h5 could have worked. But there wasn't any follow-up, right? Because after queen takes, we could take a look at it, I guess. We could take, maybe not in this position, maybe over here. There was a suggestion of taking, and I'm not entirely sure this is going to work because maybe e3 is happening. Is it? Yeah, e3 is the move. If it wasn't for the pawns, maybe. Wait.
I had something always in my mind when I was playing as a player that my coach was always telling me that whenever you have a winning position, don't go and try crazy tactics. Just try normal moves and go for your easy win. That's it.
Exactly. And I think that this is just too convincing at this point. Like, Late G definitely missed a couple things in the middle game that led to her demise. But amazing that Humpy Canary was able to make a return. Maybe I'm counting our chickens here before they hatch, but honestly, I think this is over and Humpy Canary is securing a victory. We might see the results coming in soon, or there's just a delay in transmission, but 100% I think we will be seeing the final moves come in automatically. Like all of them, all 5 of them will come in, and we'll be going into the Blitz tiebreak very soon. Good afternoon, everyone. More chess. Yeah, so we will see a result very soon. Anyone watching the main broadcast can see the cameras and let us know what's actually happening. Though I can imagine there is a handshake. What is the advantage like? Like +6? Yeah, there we go. There it is.
Yes.
The result is in. No moves were actually played after that. But congratulations to Humpy Canary, who won in a must-win situation, bringing us to tiebreak number 3.
Ooh.
We get exactly what you were wishing for there, Niusha.
Yes,
we're getting
exactly,
Blitz.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I told you, I'm here for seeing the Blitz.
I love it. Great prediction, right on the nose. And yes, we're going to be getting our Blitz very soon. So we'll take a break and we'll be back again when the players are seated for tiebreak number 3, which is 5+3. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Be back soon. Okay, so the Blitz portion is going to be starting really, really soon. And I'm not sure if my predictions will be the same anymore. I think this could be a very topsy-turvy couple of games. What are your predictions?
Yeah, I'm not really sure, but I guess it will be like maybe the same opening again.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think so. And then just trying to find maybe some better plannings for the middle games or end games. And yeah, let's see.
That's
I really don't
actually,
know.
yeah, that's actually really true because we haven't seen the players change up their openings at all. Like they played exactly the same thing with white and exactly the same thing with black. And so far, okay, Humpy Canary is going for again the Queen's Gambit, the Queen's Gambit,
Same, yeah.
and Lei Ji still keeping things quite solid with the Slav. This time, not actually bringing the bishop out and then ending up with the bishop on g6, but rather locking this bishop down here on c8. So that's a difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm so happy to be seeing the Blitz. This is 5+3. 5+3 now.
Yes.
So we'll see the moves come in really fast. And again, b3 on the board with this idea of playing the bishop to b2. So I'm not sure if some plans are different, right? Because the light square bishop for black will probably come to b7.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe b6, bishop could be 7 for black is also a good option. Yes.
Yeah. And in the game just before this, Humpy Canary had the white pieces, and Lei Ji opted for c6 to c5 quite early and ended up not having a favorable result in the end. So now she's changed her mind, she's changed the structure a little bit, and with the b6 maybe later on she will opt for c5. But for now, just keeping things quite solid. I think Humpy Canary is very comfortable. She's played this at least a couple hundred times, even thousands of times, I'm assuming.
Yes, yes, that's true.
So even, I'm just checking up chat right now, and they will play at least 2 games. Yeah, so 2 games in 5+3. And if it's still a draw or both players have a win, then there will be a sudden death of 3+2. Yeah. The mini matches. This is my first time commentating on the Blitz of the World
Really?
Cup. Yeah, of the Blitz. Yeah, this World Cup exactly. And the last tiebreak ended in the rapid portion, so it's a lot of nervous energy that's going through my mind and my body, and I'm just thinking I can't imagine what the players must be going through. They both want to make it to the final. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, but they are both doing great, and they are both trying their best to win, of course.
Yes, I see that knight takes was played instead of the usual. I mean, pawn takes is also quite common, I would assume.
Yeah.
And then just accepting the fate of these hanging pawns in the center, which is strong for black, but also can be quite dangerous because e4 would be played. And I see that they've also left nothing for us to talk about in terms of the mega database or the master database, because this position is now brand new. I was hoping to see rook c1 instead of queen e2, just because if knight b4, once again, you want to put the bishop on b1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's almost the same. I mean, the planning to bring the rook to c1, bishop to b1.
Yeah.
It looks so similar
I can quickly see
to the previous
why.
game.
Yeah, because I'm trying to
Yes.
figure out why queen e2 instead, but rook c1, knight b4, bishop b1, and bishop a6. And this could
Oh,
be
yeah.
yeah, something that we forgot about. So that could have happened in that case. So queen e2 instead. Bishop e7 and a3. Okay, now they're trading off in the
Yes.
center. Should the pawn take, the bishop take, or the knight take?
Yeah. Which one do you choose?
Knight. Always
Yeah.
knight.
Knight.
In
Always
order,
knight, yeah.
yeah, in order of importance, I always thought pawn center, then knight center, bishop, rook, queen, and then king in the endgame. So that has always been like my thought process when it comes to what piece would look best in the center in a position like this. So
Yeah.
yeah, but when the pawn doesn't work out, like the pawn would become a huge weakness, then we always go for the knight.
Yes, that's true.
What to play?
Oh, what to play?
Bishop c2?
Maybe, yeah, or bishop to b1. What is
Bishop e1, bishop c2. Yeah, I like bishop b1 as well, just because you're no longer having to worry about the bishop too much. Okay, bishop c2 was played instead.
bishop c2?
Maybe the idea is to play b4.
Yes, I think so. Yeah. Oh, bishop to a6. Okay.
Yeah, cheeky move. Very, very cheeky.
Knight b5 is forced.
Yeah, I was thinking between knight b5 and knight c4 exactly, and probably one of these two
Knight
moves.
c4 is also possible.
Yeah, knight
Yeah.
c4. Okay, knight c4 was played.
Yes.
This is so pretty. Wow, they're having a... This is the Knights of the Round Table. This is what's happening.
Nice party.
It's a party in the center. Yeah. Okay. Canaro also seems more positional. Lei is more aggressive, I'd argue. That would be an interesting take. I think both... it's also important to just be, at this level of chess, I mean, a very universal player, but you'll always happen to be a little bit stronger in some parts, right? So maybe tactics could be a strong suit, positional ideas could be something you're really good at. I remember some players like maybe players we can't even mention were categorized as kings at defensive play, like just being really, really good at defending. And
Yeah.
so if a player were to sacrifice against them, they'd be able to fend off any positional advantages or compensation the opponent might have and then end up winning with that material up. So yeah, you could have many strong suits. What did you find was your favorite part about chess? Maybe your own play and so on. Would it be aggressive play? Would it be tactics or positional play?
Yeah, I always go for tactics because I love this part of chess.
Yeah,
Yeah, I guess it will be tactics. Yeah. What about
tactics.
you?
I always loved tactics as well. Like, this was the exciting part of chess. You could work on your tactics, be super sharp, and win almost any game, aggressively, just going for an attack. But later I realized that, I have to slow down a little bit and start working my positional play, maybe being a little bit more patient and that sort of thing, which I started to hate a lot, but it was so necessary. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, wait. Knight a4 is interesting. Why does the engine not like it?
I don't
You will not.
know.
Oh my gosh. Knight takes e6? Excuse me? Wait. This is the live position right now. What just happened?
What?
What just happened? Oh, it was move order. The move order was like too important. Oh wait, this is not the live position. I lied. Okay. We're fine.
Oh, I was
We're
like,
okay.
what?
Okay, I freaked out for 2 seconds. My apologies, chat. That was all on me. I can just blame the fact that I'm getting old and I'm not good at technology. But I think in this position, apparently, like knight takes e6 was really good, and I want to understand why. Queen h. Aha, queen h5. And the point is that you're threatening checkmate. And rook f5 happens to be one of the best moves here, but wow. Okay, very, very tough to see. Instead, this was played. My apologies, I freaked out. I'm sorry. Confusing your co-commentator in the process. Yes, that's my job. My job is to confuse Niusha. Giving an old man like me hope, not good for the ticker. I do apologize, sorry. I hope your ticker is okay. Oof, alright, my heart is pounding still, but we're fine. Now, we might see a queen g3. I think this is more safe than the suggested queen h4. Or queen h3, maybe even.
I will go for queen to h3, I guess.
Queen h3 does seem more natural. Indeed. But I suppose with queen h4, it has a very good reason, because if the knight ever moves, it's checkmate on h7. So it's possible that this could be played. But with a minute, I mean, Leighton G is stuck with 33 seconds on the clock. Humpy Canary does have a little bit of time to think, but this is a very important moment to realize that, you know, with Blitz, the more time you have, this is a huge, huge asset, and a lot larger than something where there's, you know, classical game going on and the time deficit is like 20 minutes. Player has 20 minutes versus 40 minutes. This is a lot more important. I mean, 20 seconds versus 1 minute could be too much, actually.
Yes.
3 second increment. Oh dear. Leighton G needs to pick up the pace a little bit, probably, if she wants to survive. Over here, I think rook ac1 is quite natural. It's a play.
Yeah. I'm thinking of how can I remove that knight from f6. That's not easy, actually. Maybe just removing the knight, our knight from d4 first, and then trying to take it with the bishop somehow.
Exactly. I love this idea. Exactly. Very, very simple idea too. This is a bad time for the internet to drop. Yeah, sorry, there was a small problem with OBS, but I think we're back again. It was a very small problem. It was just a server issue. I do apologize, but I think we are back. It was just seconds where we were away. I apologize. Yeah, server dislikes the fire on the board. But things really just went from crazy to not so crazy so quickly here. So if we go back a couple moves, I just want to see before, you know, all the pieces were captured. It's because they were on mere seconds that the pieces were just exchanged so quickly. But yeah, we're going to keep the live position on and try to make sure we catch all the action as it happens. We're gonna see some flags and it's not gonna be real and I'm gonna be sad.
Jesse, I guess my the screen is like it's not showing anything, or is it fine? Because for me it's freeze.
The stream?
Yes.
Oh, you should be able to refresh. It should be back.
Oh yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Now
yeah.
it's fine. Now it's
okay,
fine.
cool.
Yes.
I'm happy. Sorry
Thank
about
you.
that. Yeah. Um, but we should be good.
I just noticed that I'm not moving anymore.
Oh dear. For us it moves. Yeah, we're moving. But they're gonna be like in 0-0 in terms of time for a while until we see some sort of result. But it's freaking me out because now black is a pawn up. Black is a pawn up.
Yeah,
Leighton G is a pawn up here. And perhaps it's not enough to win because queen and rook still on the board, but whoa,
oh,
something jumped. Something happened. Oh, this is what happened. Queen f8 and rook c8. Oh my gosh, white is completely winning. Humpy Canero somehow managed to get a winning position from this. And I was thinking, like, how are you going to stop it? Don't you have to play queen f8 really quickly? But here it just became so, like, things just changed so quickly. Oh my gosh.
oh my gosh, it's over.
I'm not tricking you again. This is not a server issue. It is not a drill. This is really happening right now.
Yeah, Humpy is winning.
And I can hear some whining outside of my door. It's because my dog also wants to be involved in the excitement of this game. Yeah, this is real. Unfettered, unedited content. Not using AI. No CGI involved. Mayday. Wow. Humpy Canero might be winning the first game of the Blitz. And again, counting my chickens here. Chickens should not be counted if you're a vegetarian. Yeah, we should get a dog cam. Maybe we should get Coda on stream as well to enjoy.
It would be very cool.
Yeah, we need to get him to come say hello. Cool idea here by Humpy Canero. Humpy simply wants to bring her pieces closer towards the king, trying to end the game with a checkmate. It is going to be still a little bit tricky to make some progress, I think. Because which pawn do you push, right? Do you push the g-pawn? Yes. The g-pawn has been pushed. Just to create some... king takes, right? Yeah, king takes for sure. 100%. Amazing game, yeah. Bring him on stream. I'll bring him after the break. Yeah. Yeah, and this is closing in on a result really soon. Because the next couple of moves are pretty straightforward. Yeah,
Oh,
this is over.
it's over.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, very, very unfortunate for Leighton G, but big congratulations for Humpy Canero securing a victory. This is the first time that she's actually ahead in the match. She's been behind in the game before this, but winning 2 games in a row, that's gonna probably leave a dent and could mean like a winning spree for Humpy Canero, depending on the last Blitz game. But all she needs is a draw with black, once again an Armageddon situation, but Leighton G is going to come back furious and ready to try and, you know, even up the score. And
Yeah.
I don't know how much time we have, by the way, Niusha, between now and the next game. But perhaps
Me neither. But
should
I guess it
just,
should be not very long, right?
I don't think we're going to be waiting very long because it is Blitz. And I don't think that they're going to have a huge break between the games. Let's quickly see because 100% the chat on the main broadcast will have some information for us. And that the commentators will probably tell us like when... Yeah, there we go. So how much of... Let's quickly check. So we'll stay on air for a second. And, or perhaps we should just run and get a quick sip of water and calm our nerves before the next one. But we'll be back, everyone, with the potentially the last Blitz game and the last game of the match.